Hello, and welcome to this, our 204th live stream. Never ending popcorn. Oh boy, we never want the popcorn to end, because popcorn is good stuff. Everyone wants more popcorn. Good times, good times. Rorik, the popcorn must flow. Yes, it must. With butter. Yep. With butter. Oh, I'm a classic popcorn guy. You know, I like it just plain with salt and butter. It's just. Ryan says, the land flowing with butter and popcorn. Oh, absolutely. Fantastic. Fantastic. Darkblade, if you ever popcorn me, I'm pop-recording you 7 times over. Well, you know what? Just do your homework. Do it right, and you'll never be popcorned. It's very simple. You know, I don't popcorn good videos. I popcorn ones that are cringe. Don't be cringe. Darkblade says, popcorn is annoying at times. Kernels get stuck in the space between my teeth and gums. Yes, that's because eating popcorn is an art. Okay? You actually have to chew it a certain way to prevent it from getting stuck in those places. I know I got pretty bad teeth, so for me, if I didn't do that, it would get everywhere. So, okay. Well, I want to thank you here for joining us tonight on this live stream. I want to just raise here just a shameless pitch for my book, which is Reliquary of the Dead. It's coming out this week, so it's actually dropping this week, and after April 15th, you should all be able to get it. And it's a great story about that introduces you in a very soft way to archaeology. It's got kind of a Sherlock Holmes and Indiana Jones theme going on there, and it should, if you like that kind of thing in science fiction, you'll really enjoy this book. Okay. With that said, I should also say some people have already gotten their copies of it. So there's Dossman says mine is arriving Sunday. Awesome, glad to hear it. But yeah, some people have already got it because they do sometimes mail them out a couple days in advance so that you get it by the 15th. So, and if you do buy it, please leave a review on Goodreads or Amazon, because these are really important. The more reviews that are out there on the book, the more people are likely to buy it. So, please, please, please leave a review. Harry Stark asks, will David release a comic book or a graphic novel? It's possible. It's possible. But it won't be for a while because of my current project commitments. The way we do these projects is we do the first half of the year cultural engagement, second half of the year scholarship. Okay, so my commitments are booked for the rest of the quarter one, quarter two of 2025, and then quarter three and quarter four 2025. We'll be doing nonfiction books like the Exodus book or the chronology book. Okay, and then the cycle begins the following year. So that's how we sort of set this up. Cultural engagement half the year, scholastic engagement the second half of the year. So that way everybody wins. You know, the people who are really scholarly, they win at the end of the year. The ones who are, say, maybe less scholarly or just lay readers, they get their stuff at the beginning of the year. And Reliquary of the Dead is kind of a soft landing way of introducing people to archaeology through science fiction. So we hope people enjoy that book and its sequel, which will be coming out in July. So, with that said, let's get into the rules of the channel and then start taking questions. Okay? Rules are the same as every week. Super chats have priority, no surprise to anybody. Non-super chat questions, we do take them, but they have to begin with a Q and a colon. No Q, no colon, question doesn't exist. Okay? Only post your non-super chat questions once. Posting a non-super chat question multiple times will get the question disqualified for the night. We want to really discourage question spamming. Okay? If it's a question revolving the Bible, we also ask that you give us some context. What book it's from, what chapter and verse. This prevents us from having to hunt things down. Okay, it saves us time. If you sponsor a super chat, which we do allow, only sponsor one question per super chat. Okay, and be sure to repeat the question in the super chat. So again, we don't have to hunt for it. It saves us time. And on a show like this, that's really important. And then finally, one question per chat. No question stacking. We had that problem recently where people were putting like 10 questions into a single chat. And there's just no way we can reasonably answer that. So one question per chat. Okay? So those are the rules. And we hope that you will just keep asking your questions, because that's what we thrive on. Okay. Oreo says, I have like 3 questions. We'll ask them one at a time. Okay? That's how you do that. Ask them one at a time. All right, our first question of the night is going to be from... Let's see here. It is from Darkblade. Okay. Darkblade, you've been asking for this for like 12 weeks. Your persistence has finally paid off. He asks, does George and Kribernick themselves ever say Hebrew is descended from Amorite? Or is that an external interpretation of their work? Okay, great question. It's more of an external interpretation of that work. Now, they never come out and talk about the history of Amorite. All they do is compare those Amorite tablets to Hebrew and Arabic and Aramaic and Akkadian. But what we see in that is they find like 100 comparisons, close comparisons between Hebrew and Amorite. Okay, so that's what they find is like dozens and dozens and dozens of these close comparisons to Hebrew. It's really uncanny. So it's like this. They don't have to say it descended from Hebrew. The data more or less speaks for itself. And it's really the only conclusion you can come from the data they present. So even though they're not making a claim that, say, maybe in biblical, say, scholarship would be really hotly contested, okay, they don't have to do that. They can just show the data. And anybody who reads the data will come to that conclusion for themselves. So they don't have to make the claim. The data shows it. So it's one of those things where they're not trying to get the ire of they can make a weaker claim. And a weak claim, what I mean here is a less controversial claim. Because in the field of linguistics, this is not going to be controversial. What they said as far as the field of linguistics goes is not controversial at all. Okay? But that has implications. And scholars will often do this, especially when their work starts intersecting with biblical studies, because biblical studies, those guys get triggered so easily. So easily. It's kind of why, for example, Lorenzo Nigro didn't just come out and say he found a late Bronze 2B citadel at Jericho that happens to coincide with Joshua. He didn't have to say that. The data more or less spoke for itself. But even though Nigro didn't say it directly, I mean, he took a lot of heat for that. So anyone whose work sort of intersects with biblical studies is going to be probably sensitive to how tetchy they are about their consensus biases. So George and Krebernick don't have to say Hebrew is descended from Amorite. Amoritic. Amoritic is the older language. Those tablets are older than Hebrew. It's most closely related to Hebrew. You can make the inference for yourself just from the data. Okay? So I hope that helps. I know you've been trying to ask this question for a long time. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay. Next question here is at 634. Find it quickly here. Okay, and this is from Mike JSB. And he asked the question, do you think Brian Windle's views on Jericho will eventually become the new ABR position? Okay. Who is it now? There's one to look up here before answering. Henry Smith. Okay, yeah. Okay, now let's explain what Brian Windle's position is, and let's explain what the general ABR position is. The general ABR position is that there was no Bronze Age Jericho. The Joshua destruction of Jericho happened with City 4. Okay, now City 4 is the Middle Bronze Jericho. They try to maintain that they should have been dated to 1446 BC, and therefore all the archaeologists have been biased against Joshua destroying the Middle Bronze fortifications there, and that everyone's been dating it wrong. Okay, so that's the general ABR position. Okay, Brian Windle, who is an associate at Associates for Biblical Research, says, okay, we need to reevaluate this. And he says that, first of all, the conquest might not have happened in 1400 BC, or in 1406 BC, like ABR's position. I should have said that correctly. The conquest of Jericho, according to ABR, is not in 1446 BC, but 1406. Okay, but Windle is going to appeal to the Septuagint, and Septuagint states that it was 440 years, not 480 years. So Windle's going to place the Exodus at 1406 BC and the conquest in 1366 BC. Okay? So what he does here is takes Nigro's views of the destruction of the late Bronze city at Jericho, says, yeah, Nigro's right about this destruction, but he still got the date wrong. Instead of it being in late Bronze 2B, it's going to be in late Bronze 1B. So 1336 instead of, say, 1220-ish. Okay? Now, the thing with Windle's position is he's not the only one who's tried to advocate for Septuagint primacy here. Okay? A lot of ABR guys have tried this, like especially Henry Smith. Henry B. Smith is an ABR old-timer that's been arguing for the Septuagint's 1406 Exodus dating for years. Okay? But here's the problem with it. Almost all of them will give lip service to that, but will revert back to the 1446 date. Of course, the problem with Windle's position here is he sort of, how do I say, hand waves. He hand waves against um, all the late Bronze 2B pottery that they find there. And I remember the talk I was at Windows Talk. You know, some people asked, well, if you think the terminus is at late Bronze 1B, well, is there late Bronze 2B pottery? And Windows says yes. Windows says yes. He says yes, there is late Bronze 2B pottery at Jericho. So I don't think Windows' position is going to get traction. Okay, I don't think it's going to get traction. I think they're really going to keep pushing that 1446 date. And I've heard Scott Stripling say this. Scott Stripling goes, well, yeah, there's the Masoretic text reading of 480 years, and the 440 years of the Septuagint. And then, someone will ask him, oh, well, which one is right? And it'll always be, the 1446 date. Okay? It always comes back to 1446. Okay? So, they're so heavily vested in this, I don't think they're going to change. It might take a generation or two. Maybe in 2 generations they might. It might become the dominant position at ABR. But I think it's going to take a long time. Okay? The current crop, I think what's going to happen in ABR is that Henry Smith is going to eventually, die off. And Windle is just going to sort of fill in the vacuum left by Henry Smith. Okay? But the rest of the guys who support ABR, most of them are those 480, 1446 kind of guys. Okay? So I think he'll sort of be kind of that voice crying into ABR from the outside, just like Henry Smith is today. So, yeah, it is less numerological. Darkblade says Septuagint's figure is also less numerological, as 440 is not divisible by 12. No, it isn't. And I think that's deeply problematic too. There's also some question as to whether the Septuagint's figure, because it is a translation as well, is what the original text said. So there's even some question as to that. There does seem to be a lot of changing of figures in the Septuagint. Some reflect the original text, some don't. But we can't be sure which. It would be really nice if we had a good third text to sort of compare the Masoretic and the Septuagint, but we don't at this point. So we can't be sure what is the best approach here for the text criticism. Oh, yeah. Mama says, ABR follows the money, the donor money, because they definitely aren't following the evidence. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, they follow the donor money. They've been doing this for 60 years. They know what side of the bread it's buttered on, essentially. So, yeah, they've always gone church to church. They've always done grassroots support. They've always been able to find the donors. And again, that's because ABR is a missionary organization. It was founded by missionaries. It's run by missionaries. To this day, it's run by missionaries or former missionaries. So ABR knows how to fundraise. They're really good at it. And they're really good at it because missionaries in general are really good at fundraising. You don't survive as a missionary if you can't fundraise. Why, I didn't become a missionary, because I'm not very good at it. Okay? At fundraising, that is. Okay? So, but ABR, those guys were good at being missionaries and good at fundraising. So, yeah. So, okay. So I think that covers the question here on Windle's view. And as I say, I don't think it's going to become the predominant view. I think there's too many people attached to the 1446 date to let that go. And we still see that this even the younger generation coming up is supporting that. So I don't think it's going to he's going to really resonate with them ultimately. Okay, and we got one more question here. Mama says they prey on the spiritually passionate but historically and scientifically ignorant. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they do. Okay, I'm gonna take this one from Harry Stark, and it's gonna be the last non-super chat for our opening here. It's from Harry Stark. Is the Eucharist symbolic or the real presence? It's a good question, but it's sort of the wrong question. Because it's both. Okay? And the question, though, is real presence where? How? Okay? I think that, say, for example, the doctrine of transubstantiation is sort of not as good as an alternative as, say, the in communio view. Okay? But I think the problem is that the whole symbolic versus real presence debate is kind of it's a proxy debate. It's a proxy debate. Because the Eucharist is symbolic. And there is a sense in which there is real presence. Okay? So it's not a really strict or proposition. But here's what I think is what that debate is covering up. Okay? And when you understand that this is what's covering it up, it adds insight to why it's sort of digressed into this more, say, primitive debate. Okay? The original debate was not over symbolic versus real presence. The original debate was, is the presence symbolic or real? Is it invocated through the office of the priesthood? Okay? Is this a sacerdotal offering? Okay? That's the debate. Do you require an ordained priest, someone with ordination through an apostolic see or the magisterium, that invokes the miracle? Okay? That's the real issue that's underlying all this. So that whole symbolic versus real presence is really a proxy debate for that deeper question. A question of actual authority. And the power of that authority, say, versus whether the Eucharist is symbolic or there's a real presence of some kind. Because it's both. Okay? There is no question about the Eucharist is symbolic. Because Christ presents it as symbolic. There's also no question that there's a real presence too. Because where two or more are gathered, there I am in their midst. So it's both. But the real debate here is, do you need an ordained magisterial or, say, apostolic see in line priest to invoke the magic? Is this a sacerdotal type of sacrament, or is it one that, say, others can perform too? That's the $1 million debate here, and that's what's underlying this. Emily Tedescu says, so it's about apostolic succession rather than real presence. Interesting. Yeah, that's exactly what this is about. This is almost nothing to do. The real debate here has almost nothing to do with symbolic versus real presence. The real debate is over apostolic succession. So it's ultimately a proxy debate. It's a proxy debate. It's a proxy debate that's easier for certain people to understand in light of, say, more fine esoteric arguments. And this often happens. This often happens where a complicated debate gets degraded over time to something a little more simple that's invariably wrong. Okay, it's a wrong question. So, this is a good question. It's just the wrong question. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it, and I really appreciate this question because it's something I think we need to talk about more. Is what's the real debate here? Okay, and if we do talk about what the real debate is, then we are talking then about, okay, do I need do I is apostolic succession really necessary to do the Lord's Supper? And I'll leave that up to the viewership of the watch to decide. Okay. Okay. Now let's get on to the super chats. Okay, first super chat is from Addison for $4.99. Oh, Christian Theologics, what happened to your super chat? It got all munged. I don't understand how such an accident could happen. Oh, shocking! These sorts of errors never occur on ancient Egypt and the Bible live streams. Look at that, it's half cut off. I wonder how that could have happened. Thank you for the donation to the channel, Anderson. We really appreciate it. Okay, next super chat here is from 100 MPG for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Good evening, Dr. Folk and the producer. Well, good evening to you too. What is the significance of Moses and Elijah appearing at the Transfiguration in Matthew 17:3, Mark 9:4, and Luke 9:30? Blessings and thank you. Okay, it's the significance here is on continuity. Okay, and we'll just take one of these and we'll just call them up here. But the fact this occurs in 3 of the Gospels is really significant. So everyone thought that this was important back then. Okay, so 7:3, and he was. We'll start verse 2. And he was transfigured before him, and his face shone like the sun, and his garment became white as light. And behold, Moses and Elijah appeared to them, and talking with him. Okay, now the point here is to show that Christ is the continuity. It was predicted that Elijah would return and to make his sort of put his stamp on the Messiah. Okay? Now, in some ways, John the Baptist is a kind of Elijah, but he's not Elijah himself. We remember Elijah was taken up. He didn't die. Elijah was taken up in a chariot of fire and is said to return one day. So this is Elijah returning to put his imprimatur, his stamp of approval, on the Christ. Same thing for Moses. Now, in Moses' case, he was already dead. So this is Moses returning for the same reason. So you have both Elijah, the prophets, and Moses, the original prophet, putting their stamp of approval on the Christ. Okay? So, this is what's going on here at the Transfiguration. He's showing his divinity. Christ is showing his divinity, and the 2 biggest figures in ancient Israelite religion are there to give their thumbs up. Okay? So, that's what's going on there, and that's what's happening, is they're there to give their approval. Oh, that's the importance of this. And as you pointed out here, it is recorded in 3 of the Gospels: Matthew, Mark, and Luke. It's only not shown in John, and we don't exactly know why. Okay, it's possible John wasn't there to see it. So, we don't know. But that seems to be what's going on there. All right? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next super chat here is from like 18 Ministries here. for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Numbers 36:13. Should this be in Deuteronomy 1? That is actually a pretty interesting question. Let's just take a quick look at that and we'll show you. Okay. Numbers. The very last verse in the book of Numbers. Okay, now the context of Numbers 36 is talking about the heads of the household, the heads of the clans. Okay? This is all talking about clanship. Head of the clans, brothers of the clans, descendants of the clans, all the way down to verse 12. Still talking about clans. And then we get this verse in verse 13. These are the commandments and the ordinances which the Lord commanded the sons of Israel through Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan, opposite Jericho. And then we get Deuteronomy 1:1. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel across the Jordan in the wilderness in the Arabah, opposite Suth, between Paran and Tophel, and Laban and Hatzeroth, and Dishab. Okay. I would say that that is correct. That verse 13 of Numbers 36 should actually be the real Deuteronomy 1:1. Okay? Yes, it should be in Deuteronomy 1. Because Numbers at that point in the book is not talking about ordinances or commandments. But Deuteronomy 1 immediately launches into that setup for ordinances. And this is why the book of Deuteronomy is called Deuteronomy, the second law, Deuteronomos. Second Deuteronomos law. So I think absolutely that this should be part of the book of Deuteronomy, not part of Numbers 36:13. And it's in Torah scrolls. Torah scrolls are not divided by book. We've got to keep that in mind. That's really important. Torah scrolls are not divided by book. They're 5 books in one scroll. So it would have been really easy for a scribe at some point to move verse 1 of Deuteronomy to verse 13 of Numbers 36. So it's really understandable how this mistake could have happened, but I think it is a scribal mispositioning of the books. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is also from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How does the concept of marriage in the ancient Near East compare to the concept found in Israelite history and later Christian history? Okay. Through most of the ancient Near East, marriage was not seen as an institution of religion. Pure and simple. It's not something where a god brings 2 people together and forms a marriage. Okay? You know, in Christian thought and even Israelite thought, you know, what God has brought together, let no man separate. Okay? You don't get that in ancient Eastern thought. In Eastern kinds of marriage, it's a contract. It's a contract between 2 groups of parents, you know, setting up their children for it. Or it's a contract between individuals. But marriage is a contract, a covenant. Okay. So this is one of the reasons why, say, marriage in Egypt is more ephemeral than it is elsewhere. Because it's a contract that's easily broken. It's just a contract, has no implications with divinity or the gods. Because the gods weren't really involved with marriage. Dark Blades. So marriage was thought of more in the realm of secular law. Oh yeah. Although they wouldn't call it secular law, they'd probably more call it private, private contracts. Okay, private agreements. Okay, that's probably the best way to put it. Private agreements. Okay. So So that's what we would more or less place it in the realm of private agreements. So again, you didn't go to a priest back then in, say, Egypt to sanctify marriage. That didn't happen. Priests did other duties, but they did not conduct marriages. They conducted funerals. This is kind of interesting. Priests supervised and ordained funerals. So they were right there when you're dead. When you're in marriage, they weren't involved at all. Yeah, contracts are still a legal concept. Agreed. Jonathan Walker says, marriage is basically at the most legal level in the ancient Near East, but God says, no, it's higher and more important than that. Yeah, but then again, that's the Israelite Christian view of this. That's not the ancient Near Eastern view. The ancient Near Eastern view is much more contractual. And it was something that was often settled in the law courts, not in the temples. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very appreciated. But I think that's what it boils down to. And this is, again, why marriage was could be a revolving door sometimes. Because you could get in and out of it so easily. There was no religious strictures to it. Okay. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did Jeremiah write Kings? Probably not. Okay. The Book of Kings seems to have been compiled after the exile. Okay. And we know this because go to Kings, the final verse in Kings, 2 Kings. Go to the very last verse. It talks about Babylon. Okay. Get all the way to the bottom here. Now, it came about in the 37th year of the exile of Jehoiachin, king of Judah, in the 12th month on the 27th day of the month, that Evil-Merodach, king of Babylon, in the year he became king, released Jehoiachin, king of Judah, from prison. And he spoke kindly to him and set a throne above the throne of the kings who were with him in Babylon. And Jehoiachin changed his prison robes, and he had meals in the king's presence regularly all the days of his life. Okay, so this is after he's already dead when this is written. And for his allowance, a regular allowance was given to him by the king, apportioned each day of all the days of his life. Okay, so all of this is being compiled after the death of Jeremiah. Jeremiah dies en route to Egypt after the assassination of Gedaliah. This is already long after the assassination of Gedaliah. So, this is really sort of these books are being, and basically throughout the Book of Kings, it quotes many sources. So Jeremiah is not in a position where he can write this, and all of these are looking at this through the lens of Babylon. We also find a lot of Persian words in 2 Kings 2, so that's going to be a problem for Jeremiah, who's not around for that. So, it's really unlikely that Jeremiah wrote Kings. It was probably written during the Babylonian exile at some point. And really, it was taken from other sources that the Israelites brought with them to Babylon. Okay? So, Ryan asks, could the last part be an addition by somebody else? I doubt it. I don't think that's an addition, because we see this theme go all through, where Kings is a compiled book. Okay? Kings is really a compiled book. So, it's compiled through basically taking several sources, and you'll see this where it'll talk about, is his deeds not mentioned in the books of the Acts of the Kings? All right, so that books of the Acts of the Kings is another book that basically the compiler of the Book of Kings is using as a source to write the Book of Kings. But it couldn't be Jeremiah doing this. It just can't be. It's too late for that. And there's nothing wrong with this being done in the exile. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that at all. So there's no reason to really even doubt that this would have been compiled in the exile. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Scott Worthen asks, did Jeremiah write Chronicles in? I don't think so. Same thing. Chronicles is the same kind of book. Basically, they're two books being compiled from similar sources and in similar manners. In fact, we can even see this at the end of Chronicles, too. The end of Chronicles here. Where it talks about now the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia. Okay. Also can't be Jeremiah. Cyrus, king of Persia. Okay. So yes, not going to be Jeremiah who's writing Chronicles. Okay. He's still dead at this point. Dead. Osiris dead. Okay. Ryan Komka. Did Jeremiah write Jeremiah? Yes, I think he wrote Jeremiah. Okay. Okay. I think he wrote Jeremiah. I don't think he wrote Kings, and I don't think he wrote Chronicles. And there's no claim in either one of those books that Jeremiah wrote it. So again, it's an interesting tradition, but it doesn't hold up when you look at it under scrutiny. But yes, Jeremiah wrote Jeremiah. Okay. So I hope that covers here the issue of the authorship of Kings. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries. For $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Numbers 35:25. Why wait until the high priest is dead? All right, let's flip over here to back to Numbers. It looks like AT has been studying the book of Numbers this week. Fantastic. We need people who actually read their scriptures. All right. Now, the context of this passage happens to do with the cities of refuge. Now, one of the things we have to understand about the cities of refuge is it's for people who have committed things like manslaughter, but not murder. City of refuge does not protect you against a murder charge. It only protects you against a manslaughter charge. That means that's a critical difference. A manslaughter charge is when you accidentally kill someone without malice. Okay? And the illustrations it's often uses, two friends are in the field, one's chopping a tree with an axe, and the axe head slips off and kills his buddy. Okay? Nobody wants that situation to happen. They're buddies, they're in the field, but someone's now dead. Okay? And the family of the dead man is not going to take this well. So, the guy who accidentally committed the manslaughter has to run. And he flees to a refuge city where they hear his case and they say either, yes, you can stay, or we're going to turn you over to authorities. Okay? Now then, verse 25. So it's very important to remember, these are Levitical cities. These were Levitical cities that were used for refuge. Okay? So they were inhabited by Levites. Verse 25 here says, and the congregation, this is the congregation at the Levitical city, shall deliver up the manslayer from the hand of the blood avenger. And the congregation shall restore him to his city of refuge to which he fled. And he shall live it until the death of the high priest who was appointed with holy oil. Now, this is the question that's raised. Why was he supposed to stay there until the death of the high priest? And what it sounds like is the reason it has to deal with blood guilt and exile. And this is going to work its way into the whole idea of lex talionis. Okay? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, life for life. Okay? The question here is, how do you do this when the person isn't guilty, but there's still blood shed? Okay? So what happens here is the manslayer has to stay in exile. He's exiled to a refuge city. And he has to stay in exile until there's been a life for a life. And that life for a life happens to be the life of the high priest, who makes blood atonement for the entire nation. So as soon as the high priest dies, the sentence is satisfied. You have at that point the life for the life. And then the manslayer is free to return to his land. Okay? So that's what this is about. Okay? And it says this later on too. But verse 26, but if the manslayer shall at any time go beyond the border of a city of refuge to which he may flee, and the blood avenger finds him outside the border of his city, and the blood avenger kills the manslayer, he shall not be guilty of blood. Blood for blood. He's defied his exile. Verse 28, because he should have remained in a city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the manslayer shall return to the land of his possession. Okay? So, at that point, he served his exile and he's free to go back. So, that's what's going on here in Numbers 35:25. There's been a death. There has to be blood for blood. The manslayer has to wait it out until the lex talionis of blood guilt is satisfied. High priest dies, blood guilt satisfied, he's then free to go back to his land. Okay? Emily Tedescu. The priest is dying in his place. Familiar. Yep, familiar. So, that's what's going on there. Hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. AT Ministries for $1.99. Is Mount Hor in Numbers 33-37 Mount Horeb? Yes, it is. We'll just take a look at the passage, but that's really, it's just a synonym for Mount Horeb, which is also a synonym for Mount Sinai. So, 37. Okay, and they journeyed from Ezion Geber and camped at the wilderness of Zin, that is Kadesh. And they journeyed from Kadesh and camped at Mount Hor at the edge of the land of Edom. Okay. I'll take that back. Maybe that's not it. I used to think that was. No, that can't be. That can't be Mount Horeb. Not it's at the edge of Edom. So, I thought it was, but apparently that is not correct. Okay. No, that's Horeb. Horeb is Sinai. Horeb is definitely Mount Sinai. So this is something different. Okay. So, take backsies. Verse 38. And then Aaron the high priest went up to Mount Hor at the command of the Lord, and he died there. In the 40th year of the sons of Israel had come out of the land. Yeah, this is not Mount Sinai. This is not Mount Horeb. No, this would be near Kadesh Barnea. So, okay. So, the answer to this is no. Apparently. Cool. I learned something here. What? Yeah, that's why we read the scriptures. That's why we read it. Like, so, yeah, this is why we keep reading it. Because you can't rely on your memory. Because memory fails. Memory fails all the time. That's why we keep going back and reading it. Okay. So, I hope that helps. We can just see from the passage it's not Mount Horeb. It's near Edom and Kadesh. So, hope that helps. When was that? Okay, Mama asks, do the refuge cities just manslaughter, or it would extend to other accidental crimes? It's just manslaughter. Okay, here's the reason why. Other crimes you can fix with a fine. Any other crime you can get out of the penalty with a fine. You can't do that for murder. Murder you can't get out with a fine. Murder is always life for life. So in the case of manslaughter, the charge would be murder, essentially. It's a murder charge by the avenger. So he can't get out of it with a fine. So it only applies to manslaughter, these refuge cities. Hope that helps. Thank you for the follow-up question. Bonbon says, how large were these refuge cities? It depends. Some were big, some were small. We don't really have a general consensus on what the sizes were. So we don't really know here. So, we presumably large enough that they could mount a defense against an Avenger that wanted to get really get at the guy. But we don't have any exact idea of how big. Okay. Next question here is from AT Ministries for $1.99, and he asks, where can I get a map of Numbers 33? I am going to recommend Barry Beitzel's Moody Atlas of the Bible. Okay, it's a good atlas. It's not perfect. It's got some problems, but it's a good atlas. It's one of the better atlases out there. And I know it has a map of the route of the Exodus. Now, the problem is, the route of the Exodus and the wandering is very uncertain in places. Once you get to Rephidim, it gets really uncertain really fast. But I think Beitzel does a relatively good job in putting it together. So that's where I would recommend, is the Moody Atlas of the Bible. Get yourself at least the second edition or better. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries. Why did only half of Manasseh stay across the Jordan? Oh, that's because Manasseh wanted their inheritance immediately. They got impatient. Manasseh didn't want to wait for Shiloh. Okay? They didn't want to wait for Shiloh. They saw that the land beyond the Jordan looked good, and they wanted it. Even though it was not actually part of the land of Canaan, because it's on the other side of the Jordan. They wanted it. They liked it. It looked good. They want it now. It's like, wanted to have it now. And that's sort of what motivated the people of Manasseh, is that instant gratification of yeah, let's grab what we can here. Haystack says Manasseh didn't want to get forgotten. I don't think they would have gotten forgotten. But I think here's the thing. If they had waited for Shiloh, they would have had to argue for it. And arguing for it, because Manasseh wasn't exactly a small half tribe. But I think Manasseh had to, if they had waited for Shiloh, they would have had to fight and bicker to get this. And they might have gotten a piece that they didn't particularly like. But they saw one they liked. And they were happy to take what they could immediately, then have to fight for it later. It's kind of instant gratification. And we see this sort of play out in the New Testament, when the people of Manasseh are still at Gerizim. And they're still because they're on the other side of the Jordan, they're still separated from the main body of Israelites in Canaan. And they start raising pigs. So you can kind of see what sort of happened to Manasseh's posterity by remaining on the opposite side of the Jordan when they really weren't supposed to be there. But it was what they wanted, and they wanted it now. So I think that's really what's going on there with the whole Manasseh thing on the other side of the Jordan. Instant gratification. They want to make sure they got a piece they liked, and it has some bad consequences for them in their posterity. No, they weren't really trusting in God. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, guess who left the first Reliquary of the Dead review on Goodreads? Could that be you? Thank you so much for doing that. Really appreciate those book reviews. Book reviews are super important for selling books. More important than distribution. I mean, when you look at, say, the factors that go into why people buy books, okay? Why do people buy books? All right. The first reason people buy books is the cover. Okay. The cover is the first thing that attracts them to buy a book. Some of them will read the back. Most won't. The second most important factor after the cover design itself is the reviews. People won't read the blurb on the back, but they will read the reviews. And reviews matter so much. More than anything else. And it's the one thing that the author can't control directly. Okay? The author can control his cover if he's a self-published author. He can control or has influence over his publisher. He can control how good the writing is. He can control the blurb on the back to some degree. He's got no control over the reviews or how many he gets. Okay? So, those who, I mean, studies show this over and over and over again. Where a person with, say, 1,000 reviews will vastly outsell somebody with just 100 reviews. And it's almost a 10-to-1 ratio. So, for every one review, that's like 10 times more sales. So a guy who's got 1,000 reviews will get 10,000 sales easily. A guy with 100 reviews will get about 1,000 sales. A guy with 10 reviews, about 100. That generally seems to be how it sort of plans out here. So this is awesome. Thank you. Mama says I'm planning on writing a review. Thank you. That's so... And written reviews are more important than video reviews. So I know there's people who are planning on doing some video reviews, but written reviews are more important. People look at the video or the video reviews and go, okay, that's nice. But they see the book reviews on Amazon and Goodreads, and that really does influence the sales. Aaron Richards said, my copy is arriving Monday. I can't wait. Awesome. Awesome. Dossman goes, why not both? Well, you can do both. I'm just saying, if you've got a choice, do the written. The written view is much, much more important. Bonbon, can anyone leave a review on Goodreads? Yes. Yes, anyone can leave a review on Goodreads. It basically, Goodreads has a trust system where they trust that you've read the book, and anyone can leave a review on Goodreads. You just have to make an account. That's it. Oh, and by the way, the Goodreads reviewing system is much more It's really, really hard to get 4 stars on Goodreads, okay? So people who have that high... it's not like Amazon. We should note this. If you leave a review on Amazon, it's very easy to get 4 stars on Amazon. Just because people who write reviews on Amazon tend to like the book. Whereas on Goodreads, people will write reviews that don't like the book. And they'll trash it. It's a problem with Goodreads. Where some people have not written the book or read the book and then trash it anyway for a variety of reasons. Okay. But if you get if you see a book that has 3 stars on Goodreads, that's actually not a bad book. It's a book that people have liked. Whereas a book with 3 stars on Amazon was usually a pretty crummy book. So it's like, yeah, you can remove it. Yep, you can remove it. Okay, so so when you do leave a review, keep in mind of the rating system, okay? Because the rating system is really important. And the higher the stars, especially on Goodreads, the more people will resonate with that. So again, we want to thank everyone who's purchased the book and who's willing to review it, because reviews matter a lot. Your opinion here is really important. People pay attention to it. Okay? So I hope that helps. And yes, anyone can leave a review on Goodreads. Okay. Next one here. From AT Ministries. For $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why does the Bible often refer to the tribe of Manasseh as the son of Joseph, but not Ephraim in the same way? Oh, that's easy. The reason why is nobody ever questioned Ephraim was son of Joseph. It's one of those things that it was never questioned because they were so close to the other brothers. Okay. Ephraim as the firstborn, nobody questioned his descent from Joseph. Okay. Manasseh's not quite like that. Manasseh was the second son. Or maybe I got that the other way around. Let me see here. Just do a check here. It's one where one's questioned and one isn't, so. And saw. All right. Yeah. Manasseh was the firstborn. Okay, so, but he didn't get the blessing. I think that's what it was here. Yeah, when Jacob blesses him. Here. Yeah, here it is. Pull this up here. Genesis 48, verse 13. And Joseph takes both his sons to see Jacob. Ephraim with his right hand towards Israel's left, and Manasseh was his left hand towards Israel's right. Israel here being a reference to Jacob. And brought them close to him. But Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it on the head of Ephraim, who was the younger, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, crossing his hands, although Manasseh was the firstborn. Okay, so that's what's going on here. Is Ephraim got the blessing. He got the clan blessing. You know, the blessing as Joseph's firstborn. Okay, he gets the clan blessing. But Manasseh was still the firstborn and has his own clan as such. So this is a reminder of this whole thing that happens in Manasseh as son of Joseph is that reminder that Manasseh has his own, say, half tribe. And it comes down to double portion. It comes down again to inheritance and double portion, where both Manasseh and Ephraim are the double portion of Joseph. Joseph wasn't the firstborn either. And yet, Joseph receives the double portion as firstborn. And this is how he receives it. Through Manasseh, the firstborn, still the firstborn, but Ephraim being given the blessing as clan leader. Okay? So again, this is a reminder that Manasseh was son of Joseph too. Not just Ephraim. So that's what's sort of going on in the Bible here, is that the Israelites have to keep reminded that Manasseh and the half tribe of Manasseh is that double portion of Joseph. Jonathan Walker says, I thought Joseph was the firstborn of Jacob. No, it's Reuben. He was Reuben. Reuben's the firstborn. Okay. So, but Joseph gets the double portion, the double blessing, because he saves all the people. That's why. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. Okay, 18 ministries for $4.99. What evidence is there that the two powers model of Godhead dates back to the monarchical period, not the Hellenistic or post-resurrection period? I would refer you to the book by Alan Siegel. Alan Siegel wrote the definitive work on this, called The Two Powers in Heaven. Okay, so that's where I would direct you for this. Now, the two powers theology, Siegel points out that it occurs in Second Temple period sources. Okay, so it's your sound's on. Okay. So Siegel points out that this appears in Second Temple period sources. We believe it because it does appear in Second Temple period sources, that it probably goes back to the monarchical period, because it appears in works like Isaiah. It appears in Torah as well. So the theology itself seems to have been sort of coalesced, perhaps in Second Temple period, which predates the Hellenistic period, but it probably has its origination in the monarchical of the monarchy, particularly the divided monarchy. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But again, I'd refer you to Siegel's book for this. All right. Darkblade goes, wait, which part of Isaiah? Like there's 2 or 3 parts with different dates of authorship according to critics. Well, it happens in verse 44. Or sorry, chapter 44. Chapter 43, chapter 44, and I believe 46 or 45. So I think that's second Isaiah. But it does seem to be something that shows up in at least Isaiah. Now, I don't hold that the parts of Isaiah, maybe third Isaiah might have a separate dating, but I don't think first and second Isaiah are to be dated separately, because from what I can tell, it's a book with an inflection point. Okay, that means it leads up to a certain point, and then it sort of walks the opposite direction of it, kind of like a chiasm, but at a book level. So I find the structure of first and second Isaiah sort of intentional to a unified Isaiah. So I don't agree with the critics here on this. Okay. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Numbers 32:22. Was this ever fulfilled on the part of these two tribes, since Judah and Dan never completely conquered their areas? When I looked this up, I couldn't exactly find the verse you were talking about here. So Numbers 32, 32:22. Which reads, pull up the Bible here. And the land was subdued before the Lord. Then afterwards you shall return and be free of obligation towards the Lord, towards Israel, and this land shall be yours for a possession before the Lord. But if you will not do so, behold, you have sinned against the Lord. Be sure your sin will find you out. Okay, I don't really know how this applies to Dan and Judah. I think it probably means some sort of other verse. But let's take the question anyway, knowing that we can't probably find it here. But the tribe of Judah did completely conquer their area eventually. They were able to conquer everything but the city of Jerusalem. Jerusalem was the only holdout for the tribe of Judah. Okay. Dan never did get their inheritance. What it did was it abandoned the attempt to secure their land and they stole somebody else's instead. Okay? So Dan and Judah are on opposite extremes here. Judah being the good tribe, Dan being the bad, naughty tribe. Okay? So the conquest of Judah is actually finally fulfilled by King David, who conquers Jerusalem. Okay? So they eventually get all their inheritance. All of it. But it takes David to do it. Okay? As far as Dan goes, Dan never gets their inheritance. Because they go steal somebody else's. Because they become dirty Baal idolaters in like one generation. So I think that's what's going on there. I can't say exactly which verse this is because this verse doesn't seem to apply, but I think that's sort of the difference here, that one does eventually conquer it all and the other one doesn't, and for very different reasons. No tribe conquers everything except ultimately Judah, but it takes them a long time to do it. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 ministers for $1.99. Did you lose weight or gain weight in Egypt? I lost about 5 pounds. Which is actually not bad. For me in Egypt, that's not bad at all. You know, losing 5 pounds in Egypt, that's a win. Okay. As I said, the last time I went to Egypt, I lost 10 pounds. And you guys can see why, you guys got to understand why I lose weight in Egypt. Because I can eat nothing there. Tossman. Dr. Falk's Egyptian weight loss plan. Bonbon asks, did you ever have pigeon when you went to Egypt? Yes, I did. I had it on my second trip to Egypt, and I didn't care for it. Didn't care for it at all. It was tough. It was rubbery. Yeah. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. I don't like pigeon. Now, camel. Oh my gosh, camel. That was excellent. Darkblade. So not eating actually does work? Surprisingly, yes. Funny that. Ryan Cohen Camp. Lose weight like an Egyptian. No, the most recent trip. No, we didn't have pigeon on the most recent trip. I wouldn't have recommended it anyway. I thought it's like chicken. It's like the most dried out um chicken that you can imagine. It's tough. It's nasty. You're ripping the meat off the bone and it's just like coming off in these plastic scraps. It's terrible. Terrible. I just do not like pigeon. People say camel is like beef. It's actually like a really nice, sweet beef. I mean, it's beautiful. And foodie portion of the stream has arrived. Says Mama. Yeah. Yeah, the foodie portion of the stream is here. Bonmon goes, oh. Where'd he go? I didn't think it was tough. Yikes. I thought pigeon would be juicy. It's not. Oh, it's really tough. That's because they roast it. They roast it over an open flame. I mean, it's really tough and really dry and really nasty. Yeah, pigeon's normally served up the stew, but that's not how they cook it in Egypt. Mmm. Yeah, I can imagine how the Cajun version of pigeon would be good. Yeah. It's just not like that in Egypt. It's just terrible. Oreo Olympian, aka Mr. Sir. Does camel taste like goat? No, it doesn't taste like goat. Goat is gamier. Camel's not gamey at all. It's not gamey at all, which is really, you would think an animal that big would be gamey, and it's not. It's really, as I say, when it's cooked right, super tender, super soft, it melts in your mouth. It's like beef, but with a bit of sweetness to it. It's probably closer to horse than I say it is to goat. Okay? Because horse kind of has that beefiness, but with the sweetness too. That mild kind of sweetness. Okay? So, um, does donkey meat taste like horse meat? I would imagine so, but I've never tried donkey meat. Oreo says, I struggled to eat goat because my brain kept reminding me that I'm eating a goat. Goat curry's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Goat is really tasty. Um, yeah, I like goat. I really enjoy eating goat. But with goat too, all the flavors in the bones. So, um, I highly recommend goat curries. Highly recommend it. Okay, so that's the foodie portion of this. Dossman. Dr. Falk's Magnificent Meat Emporium. Jack Ray with his wonderful puns. Goat, the goat to meat. Oreo says, I eat curry a lot and it's a staple dish in my country. Yeah, because curry's delicious. Bonbon asks, Dr. Falk, are you good at wine tasting? Yes, I'm very good at it. I've got a very discerning palate. So for me, I can tell good wines from bad wines. I can taste the notes in it. Um, I have a preference for hearty, ruby, tannin-rich Bordeaux's. Um, yes, I'm very good at wine tasting. And there are definitely wines I like and definitely wines I do not like. Oreo, iguana curry is prepared correctly. I have not tried iguana. I don't think I want to. No. Ryan goes, being a good wine taster must be expensive. You know, I don't spend a lot of money on that. I know you can go really crazy with buying expensive wines, but um, I've just been in situations where, I've been presented with good wines and had the chance to taste them. So, um, I saw Mama's comment. Let me find that again. Darkblade Tez says 10 Devon says Dr. Falk has a wine sommelier license. Could be. No, I don't. Okay. Mama says I only like crap box blackberry wine. Ooh, ouch, ouch. Now I've had good blackberry wine. It is possible to make good blackberry wine. It's harder to do than cherry. Cherry wine's very good and very easy to make. It's really easy to make a good cherry wine than it is to make a good blackberry wine. But I'll tell you one blackberry product that is really good though is Blackberry Jack. Um, if you don't know what Applejack is, look it up. Blackberries make a very good blackberry cider. And if you've got a good blackberry cider, you can make a really fine blackberry jack. I will leave you to look it up on the internet how to make that. But very nice. Blackberry makes an excellent jack. An excellent jack. So yeah. Dossman, I'm more shocked that you don't have a sommelier license. It takes a long time to qualify for a sommelier license. It takes like 7 years to get one. It takes 7 years to get a sommelier license. So it's like, yeah, and I'm not working in the restaurant industry, so there was really no point in me getting a sommelier license. Okay, so that was fun. Okay, next one here. AT Ministries. Is it weird if I want to make my own denomination? I think everyone thinks about that at some point. uh Haystack? Haystack says, well, Jesus made good wine without the license. You don't need a license to make wine. At least in a lot of places. They've deregulated that in most places now. Like, for example, in Canada, you can make wine and beer with no license. You can't sell it. Okay? You can't sell it, but you can make it. So, yeah, license requirements have been deeply eased for most of that. Okay, so there's even places now you can do your own home distilling, and it's legal. So, um, yeah, so you don't need a license anymore for most beer and wine production in most jurisdictions now. There's some places where it is still illegal, like in Islamic states. Don't ever do that. But um, yeah, it's most places you don't need a license anymore. Okay, back to the denomination here. Yeah, everyone dreams about this at some point or thinks about it. Um, Ooh. Okay, Oreo asks another foodie question here. I need to go try making wine out of pineapple. Hopefully I survive that process. It's hard to make it out of pineapple because of its acidity. You actually, for pineapple, need to decrease the acidity to make a good pineapple wine, which you can do with, I think it's calcium carbonate or something like that. I can't remember. Gypsum. Gypsum, that's it. Yeah, pineapple is more difficult to make wine out of because of its acidity. It tends to kill off yeast too quickly. Because one of the things happens with yeast is as yeast sort of propagates in your wine, it tends to increase the acidity, and just happens that it increases the acidity way too fast in pineapple. So you have to decrease the acidity. Pineapple cider, yeah, pineapple cider is doable. You can even do pineapple wine, but you just have to control the acidity. There was some people who were using, say, uh, cleaned clamshells to buffer their wine. Yeah, yeah, you can take cleaned clamshells because they're mostly calcium carbonate. Throw them in a wine, and sometimes that will reduce the acidity on a sort of a progressive scale. So he goes, yeah, I noticed when we make fermented pineapple juice, it's very acidic. Yeah, it's very acidic. That's because yeast adds to that acidity too. Jimmy the Jew from Philly says, you can't sell booze you make in the United States. Yeah, you can't do that anywhere. In my state, you have to sell it and then rebuy it in Pennsylvania to serve liquor from a distillery in Pennsylvania. Yeah, yeah, you can't sell booze you make at home anywhere, anywhere. Okay, so this is true of almost every jurisdiction. Okay, you can make it for personal use, but you can't serve it to others, and you can't sell it. Okay, so I hope that helps. Um, as far as making your own denomination, why? if you kind of figure out what's involved with it, it's kind of, yeah. Jimmy the Jew says the sale gives taxes to the state. It does, and that's the reason why they don't want you selling it. Is it's a taxation issue. It's not even a health and safety issue. It's a taxation issue, really. So, um, mama, cough, cough, moonshine. Dossman, Whiskey Rebellion. Yeah. Yeah. Again, those were things over taxation. All that was over taxation. Um, so Scott Worthen says Whiskey Rebellion was a bad precedent. President Washington led the army personally. It was a mess. It was a mess. It was a mess. And it really ended up creating the ATF, which ultimately cost more than the taxation revenues from the alcohol in the first place. So, yeah. Yeah, not a lot. He has a good reason. BC, do a Nile Red and make it from toilet paper. Yeah. Um, it can do that. I wouldn't recommend it unless you like that sort of flavor in your drink. Ugh. Yeah. Bon Bon. Imagine it's Christmas time and your grandparents just gave you boxes of alcohol instead of money. Oh, that's happened. That's happened. Um, when the currency falls out, when people lose trust in currency, that is often what becomes the currency of the moment. Is boxes or bottles of moonshine. That's happened a lot. When a government falls and the currency becomes worthless, yeah, people start trading in moonshine, because it's got a lot of uses. Okay, and not even gold and silver. Oh no. In those situations, the vault says or gold and silver. Gold and silver become worthless at that point. Yeah, you can't eat gold, you can't eat silver. They become worthless. The market becomes flooded with gold and silver, and it becomes worthless when the currency collapses. Okay. Yeah, don't fall for the buy gold as a hedge against currency failing, because it doesn't work. Okay. And I say this as a former jeweler. Okay. Darkblade, was alcohol used as currency in post-World War I Germany or post-World War II Hungary? Yes, it was. Okay, yes, it was. In fact, many soldiers were supplied with, I think, like the Russians were supplied with 2 bottles of vodka that they could use to trade for food. Now, some of them just drank it right there, but that's what they were doing, was they were trading vodka for food. Bonbon, former jeweler. Yeah. I had a casting shop. We used to make gold, silver jewelry, cut stones, custom lapidary, objects of art, rings, art knives. Yeah. Yeah, well, that was fun. That was a fun craft. But yeah, vodka is the sort of the currency of choice when the um uh when the currency fails. Okay. But yes, I was a former jeweler. Um, we ran a casting shop. We did jewelry shows, Ren fairs, craft fairs, all that sort of thing. We did custom rings and all that stuff. All right, let's move on to the next super chat here. 18 ministers from 199. What happens if you break a vow? Numbers 30:15. Let's talk about this. Numbers 30, verse 15. Okay. The importance of this passage is talking about contracts that a wife enters. Okay? And let's go here, and it goes, start verse 10. However, if she vowed in her husband's house or bound herself by an obligation with an oath, and her husband heard it, so he's got to know about the vow, but said nothing to her, did not forbid her, then all her vows stand, and every obligation which she is bound herself shall stand. But if her husband indeed annuls them on the day he hears them, then whatever proceeds out of her lips concerning her vows or concerning the obligation herself shall not stand. Then her husband has annulled them, and the Lord will forgive her. Every vow and every binding oath to humble herself, her husband, may confirm it, or her husband may annul it. But if her husband indeed says nothing to her from the day to day, then he confirms all her vows and all her obligations which are on her. He has confirmed them, because he said nothing to her on the day he heard them. But if he indeed annuls them after he has heard them, then he shall bear her guilt. Okay. Now, what they mean by bear her guilt is he has to fulfill her vows. He becomes the responsible party. So what this is talking about here is basically contractual responsibility. The woman enters into a contract. Okay? And the husband, and this society knows that a woman cannot enter into a contract if she is also part of a marriage without the husband's consent. Okay? So, if you break a vow in verse 15, that the husband has already heard of, he can't get out of it. So what happens here is he has to pay the entire portion of the contractual commitment. So that's what it means here by if he annuls them after he has heard them, then he shall bear her guilt. Well, it's basically a nice way of saying it's too late. Too late, buddy. You had your chance to annul it. You didn't go for it. You're still responsible for it. You can say you annul the vow, but it's yours now. You own this. Okay? You own this vow because you didn't take your opportunity to annul it. Okay? So that's what's going on here. Is it's not a criminal guilt or anything like that. It's more that he bears now the entire responsibility of it. Darkblade says these oaths are made to God. They're all made to God. Okay, that's just it. It's all these contractual obligations are made before the deity. Okay? So it's basically he owns this thing now. So Ryan says, so if he annuls it after, yet still pays the vow, did he really annul it? Well, he tries to annul it. Okay? He tries to annul the vow after he heard it, but he's still on the hook for it. This is descriptive jurisprudence. Okay? This is describing a situation where the husband hears the vow and says, no, I'm not going to do this, after he's had a chance to think about it. He didn't annul it when he first heard it. He now did after. Okay? So he tries to break the vow after already hearing it. But the decision will be he still has to pay it. So it's going to become at that point a court dispute. Verse 15 here describes a court dispute. So she makes a vow, and they all make those vows to God. Even though it's a contractual agreement, it's still God's still invoked here. And then he goes and tries to annul it. And after he's heard it and didn't like it, then it's going to be, well, what do we do with this? Because the other participant in the vow is going to want his vow fulfilled. He was going to want his contract fulfilled. And the court is going to then basically say, he didn't do it immediately. It's his responsibility. So, okay. So anyway, that's what I would say. Hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Mama says, to be clear, I do not recommend or condone moonshining. It's not a great career. I wouldn't do it as a career. As a hobby, if it's legal in your jurisdiction. What's the issue, really? Okay. You can actually buy it in the stores here. The stores here sell it. There's actually a Vancouver, British Columbia company that makes moonshine and sells it legally. Mama says, and the moonshine Bomb Papa drank years ago was given to him as a gift from the shiner himself, who is a multi-generational shiner. Yeah, a lot of people are. A lot of people who do this recreationally do it as a multi-generational thing. So,
That's kind of true. Homemade brew.
Mama goes, technically moonshining is the brewing of alcoholic drinks and selling them illegally. Well, that's funny. That's funny. Because I know of a lot of companies that do sell moonshine. Now, moonshine, another name for moonshine. Yeah, moonshining, yes, is brewing of alcoholic drinks and selling it illegally. Moonshine is the brewing of white whiskey. Okay? Whiskey that hasn't been oaked. That's technically moonshine. Okay? It's white whiskey. Okay? So moonshining is an illegal act. But moonshine itself isn't necessarily illegal. Ryan says, "Isn't legal moonshine an oxymoron?" Oh no, no. You can go to your liquor store in many places and get moonshine. As I said, the local one here sells it. So, so uh, Bon, Dr. Folk is the type of guy to buy alcohol off dark web. No, I'm not. Okay, I do not buy alcohol off of dark web. Okay. I've only been on the dark web once. Okay, here's some lore. You guys wanted lore? Here is some lore. And I have only been on the dark web once. And that was to buy raw milk. Because I was a hobbyist cheesemaker. And I couldn't for love or money get raw milk. I mean, unpasteurized milk just from the cow. Okay? And yeah, unpasteurized milk, exactly, that's what it is. And I tried to get raw milk, unpasteurized milk, off of the dark web. And I was told that it was too hot to handle. What? Too hot to handle? Darkblade, isn't pasteurization legally required? Yes, it is in many countries. It depends on where you are. England is required. United States is required. Canada is required. France it isn't. Okay? Okay? But, I could get spy equipment off of the dark web. I could get heroin off the dark web. I could get a contract killer off of the dark web. Could not get raw milk. Okay? Could not get raw milk. Here's the thing about raw milk is that the amount they can get for it is not worth the risk. Okay?
That was a perk.
Yeah, that was a perk to living in England. We could get French cheese, but we couldn't get raw milk over there. Oreo says, it's bad when the milk is too risky. DBC says, many countries allow unpasteurized milk to be sold. Basically, people just boil the milk on the stove to pasteurize it. Yeah. But it's essential if you want to make some of the best cheeses. If you want to make a rich, beautiful cheese with depth, raw milk's the way to go. This is why cheeses in Europe taste so good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All of them.
Mama says, bro, I don't even know how to get on the dark web, and I don't need to. Hey, you don't do unpasteurized milk, you don't need the dark web. And you can't get it there anyway. Yeah, so I have found something on the dark web that you can't get on the dark web. But that was my one and only time of going on the dark web. Yeah, it was to get milk. Okay? Mama says, I miss European cheese so much. Most stores in our area quit carrying them after COVID. Just another reason I hate 2020. We are really lucky here. If I really want to get the best European cheese, we have a fromager on 4th Street in Vancouver. It's not a place you want to go at Christmas because the lines are around the block. But other times of the year, it's really good to go there and get just some of the most beautiful European cheeses you can imagine. There was this one cheese that I remember. It had a wine on the outside, a wine bathed on the outside, and it was like a brie on the inside, and you had to heat it in the oven, and it came out like almost like a fondue. It was just so delicious, so delicious. Bonbon says, shouldn't imported European cheese be super expensive in Canada? It can be, but it can also be okay. I mean, if they're bringing in enough of it, they can defray the costs through bulk shipping. Okay. Ryan goes, would you rather try buying moonshine or raw milk? I wouldn't buy either one. Okay, at this point. Both are risky. Um, yeah, you can buy moonshine in the liquor store, so there's no reason to buy it off of a moonshiner. And raw milk you just can't get here. Not unless you know somebody with a cow. You have to know somebody who knows somebody with a cow. So, yeah. The raw milk, too risky. Too risky. And the moonshine, not even necessary. Okay, go on the next super chat here. Thoughts on the archaeological discovery at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre? Oh yeah, this one's interesting. Okay, let's talk about this. At the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, they're doing some renovations right now, and as they're doing these renovations, an archaeological team is they're basically looking. They've got the walk. The floor, and they're lifting up all the tiles to reset them, essentially. Okay, all the walking stones to reset them. But archaeologists are able to go under the stone tiling and take a look at what's underneath the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And what they found there is really interesting. They have found pollen from grape and olive species. And the pollen dates to the 1st century. Now, this is really important because the sepulchre that Christ was laid in was said to be in a garden. It was a garden tomb. In the book of John, it says this. So, what this discovery has confirmed was the tomb, the original tomb there at the Holy Sepulchre, was part of a garden complex. They also found that there was a lot of pottery there. Now, the pottery, most of it dates to the 1st century. 1st, 2nd, 3rd centuries. So, what they could figure out from this is it seems to have been a votive site. A site that pilgrims came to. You know, they brought their pots with their lunch in it, left the pots behind because they were broken or something. But it does seem to have been a venerated site. They figured this out through the pottery. So it's a really interesting discovery. What did I see? Darkblade goes, wait, pollen can survive that long? Oh, it can survive thousands of years. Archaeobotany. Okay, this is a field called archaeobotany. And one of the big tools of archaeobotany is pollen samples. Okay? They basically can look at pollen because one of the things they noticed about pollen is even though it's not viable anymore, the structure of pollen is very strong. It doesn't degrade over time, at least not over a short period of time, like thousands of years. It can survive thousands of years. The skeletons around the pollen itself can survive thousands of years, and people can now take that pollen and they can identify it. And they just do it under microscopic examination. So it's really easy to do. So, yeah, this is one of those things where archaeobotany has been able to show some really, really interesting stuff. Now, you can also take that pollen and you can also put it under carbon-14 examination. You know, it's one of those things that, because it's a annual crop, it carbon-14 dates really well. So, this is how you can nail down that this pollen was from the 1st century. It's through carbon dating. Because unlike wood can be very tricky in the ancient Near East, because wood in the ancient Near East doesn't separate into rings neatly like it does in northern or southern extremes. Okay? But pollen doesn't do that. It's an annual crop. So you get the carbon-14 production for that year. It's really, really an interesting find, and the archaeologists at the Holy Sepulchre have done some really good work here. So yeah, that's really exciting, and it's a really cool discovery. And this sort of also shoots down one of the big complaints of those who advocate for Gordon's Calvary. This is the one that's by the bus station. The one that basically evangelicals in the 19th and 20th century were saying was the tomb of Christ, the competing tomb of Christ. They used to say of the Holy Sepulchre, well, there's no garden there. They used to say there's no garden there, never was a garden there, so Gordon's Calvary has to be the tomb of Christ because there's still a garden there. Well, now we know at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, there used to be a garden with grapes and olives. So this is really, really interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. So, yeah, fascinating stuff. Haystack asks, didn't they find 1st century pollen on the Shroud of Turin? That's the claim, but it's not been backed up. They found pollen from species that are local to, say, Turkey. Okay, but they didn't. Those weren't. They couldn't do the dating of those species. They were on these tapes, and the tapes contaminated the sample. So, yeah, I wouldn't. Half of that claim is true. The part of that claim that is true is that they found on the Turin species that are local to the ancient Near East, not specific to Israel, but local. They weren't able to date it. Womb to Tomb apologetics. I didn't know they had Olive Garden back then. You gotta try the breadsticks. The breadsticks are their signature dish. Everyone goes to Olive Garden for the breadsticks, the zuppa toscana, and perhaps the pasta dish if you really don't fill up on those breadsticks. Yummy, yep. Oh yeah, I much prefer Olive Garden over Red Lobster. Much prefer Olive Garden over Red Lobster. Okay. Yeah, Red Lobster sucks as a restaurant, sorry. I know that's probably going to make somebody mad, but I do not like. Okay. Yeah, those breadsticks are laced with something because you can't stop eating them. They are good. I think it's garlic and the salt. I mean they're very salty. They're very salty. So, yeah. Bonbon, what does this mean? That Jesus was venerated since the 1st century, so it's more evidence that he was always seen as God? It does appear that way. That this was a that pilgrims were going to this site from the 1st century. So, and this is a building case. This is a building case. People are, I mean, more and more we dig up, the more we're seeing that Jesus was indeed venerated since the 1st century, and venerated as God. Like from all you have to do is start looking at, say, the Megiddo um, um, mosaic, and it's just starting to fall in place that this is what the early Christians believed. Dark Blade, and if the site was esteemed since the 1st century, would that be evidence for its legitimacy? It would be evidence for its legitimacy. It wouldn't be proof, but it'd be evidence. Okay? And that's where we have to kind of sort of draw the line here. It's not proof. Okay? Because it could have been venerated for other reasons. Okay? We don't know, and we just don't know what those reasons are. So it's not proof, but it is evidence. Okay? And the fact that it was a garden site, like described in John, does, again, add to its legitimacy as the location described. So again, we're not talking proof here. We're talking evidence. And the evidence is leading to that conclusion. Mama says, okay, I promised I would stay up late since Bomb Papa and I are celebrating our 22nd wedding anniversary tomorrow. Grace and peace. Oh, good night. Good night to you, and congratulations on 22 years. That is awesome to hear. Really awesome to hear. So enjoy your time tomorrow, and happy anniversary. Okay. All right. Next super chat from 18 Ministries for $1.99 is, do you miss babysitting us kids all day? All the time, man. Babysitting you guys and keeping you out of trouble, yeah, that was a full-time job, but I sure do miss it. All right, thank you for the super chat. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Why is there no sea in heaven? Oh, okay. That's easy. The sea in Israelite culture is associated with death. Okay, it's associated with death. It's associated with uncertainty. It's associated with storms, torrential rains, bad conditions. The Israelites were not a seagoing people. They were not a seagoing people. They lived in the foothills and highlands. They're a highland people. There could be only one. But yeah, they lived in the highlands. Okay, so the storms came off the sea. Okay, so when they got torrential flooding and rains and wadis and all that nasty stuff, it was because storms came off the sea. So the sea is connotated with chaos, and it's connotated with the with moot, death. Okay, so the Israelites were not a seafaring people. They hated the sea. They found it scary and dangerous, and it's not something that would have been seen as a good thing. So that's why we don't see a sea in heaven, is because its connotations would not be something that the Israelites would associate with a good thing. Okay, so that's why there's, in heaven we see that there's no sea. That doesn't mean there isn't actually a body of water in heaven or the new earth. It just means that it's the topology of the sea is not there. Haystack. Well, Jonah certainly didn't help that fear. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Rorik. To be fair, pretty much every culture around the Mediterranean at that time was pretty scared of the sea. Some cultures weren't. The Phoenicians weren't. The Phoenicians were avid seagoers. The Greeks were avid seagoers. Yeah, depends on the culture. Depends what kind of culture it is. Like in the case of the Greeks, you know, they sailed all over the place because they were on islands. If you want to get from one island to another, you had to take a boat. Um, Egyptians, Bombot says Egyptians were good at the sea. They had their moments. They were more of a river people. Okay, they're more of a river people, but they did manage to send out boats all the way around the Mediterranean too. So, so there was an element of people in Egypt that were very, very good at the sea. Um, but generally, they prefer the river. So, yeah. Scott Worth and Biblos, my baby, said Egypt. Yep. And they got there by boat. They got there by boat. In fact, we have several nautical tales from Egypt. So we do know there was an element of Egyptians that really did take to the sea. But they preferred mostly the rivers. But the Phoenicians, oh yeah, they leveraged the sea. They were the dominant force on the sea at in the Iron Age. Yeah, absolutely dominated it. Okay. So, next one here is from Rorik. For $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What would happen to the body of the average Egyptian foot soldier who died on campaign? And how did families find out? Ooh. Okay. If you died on campaign, you got buried on the way. That's what happened to you. You basically, if you died in battle or died from dysentery or died from food poisoning, which did happen a lot, you would be buried on the way. They would just dig a pit for you or find a cave for you and stuff you in there. That's what happened. Okay? And how did their families find out? When the army came back. When the army returned and your loved one isn't there, that's generally how you found out. Kind of a crummy way to find out. But you would eventually, they would come back, your loved one's not there, you ask around, and you find out what happened. You'd ask the scribe, because the scribe would keep a record of who died. Okay. The scribe that went with the army it was his job to record the fatalities. Record the body count and when and where it happened. So yeah. That's typically what happened for a foot soldier that died on the way, and that's how they would find out, is when the army came back. Scott Warthen said at least the ancient Roman widows got letters from the front that their husband died in glorious battle. Yeah, that was that was an improvement. But that's not what you had in, say, Egypt. Egypt, they didn't have a good postal system, so they didn't get womb to tomb apologetics. What if the scribe died? Oh, if the scribe died, yeah, that was not a good thing. Yeah, that's if your scribe died in battle, during a battle, that means your entire army got decimated. Okay. Tossman, so they had the Canadian post office. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Uh yeah, if the scribe died, it usually meant the whole army went down. And then nobody came home. Nobody came home. And if nobody came home, you didn't have to really guess what happened. Yeah, Jonathan Walker says, the scribe wasn't supposed to be out there, so if they died, it's a bad day. Yeah. Well, not in the middle, the thick of the battle. They were supposed to hang back. Yeah, but the scribe is supposed to hang back with the support. Okay, with the support, and there was usually a certain number of people who supported the army. So, you know, so the scribe is not supposed to be in battle, but things happen. So, and when those things happen, and some days they did, that scribe would die on the front lines when he wasn't supposed to be there. It usually meant your whole army got destroyed. So, okay, next one here is from Andrew Tinsley for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Are iron chariots at the time of Joshua anachronistic in the Bronze Age? Joshua 17:16. Pull up the text just to read that quickly. Joshua 17, verse 16. And the sons of Joseph said, the hill country is not enough for us. And all the Canaanites who live in the valley have chariots of iron, both those who are in Beit Shean and its towns, and those who are in the valley of Jezreel. Okay. Now, Beit Shean was an Egyptian. It was an Egyptian. What's it called now? Garrison town. It was an Egyptian garrison town. So they had chariots. Okay, they had chariots. Now, chariots of iron. That's a very interesting thing. Let's take a moment to talk about what chariots of iron actually are, because people don't understand this. Okay, the whole chariot is not made of iron. It's not made of iron. It's still the basic building blocks of a chariot, which are wood, leather, and a metal for some of the fittings. Okay? So that's the basic components of a chariot. So then when it talks about a chariot of iron, what it's talking about, and there's one place particularly where the metal component is really, really important. Okay? And that is the ferrule. Okay? Now, on a chariot wheel, the hub of the wheel is made out of metal, and it contains ferrules in it, like a ferrule on a paintbrush. And I've got a paintbrush here. Okay, this is a paintbrush. That's a ferrule. Okay? Okay, so you see that? That's a ferrule right there, the metal part. And it connects two organic parts together. Okay? Now, imagine this. You've got a ferrule here with a chariot spoke. Okay? That is the one metal component. This is at the center of the wheel. It's at the hub. Okay? You need this to make the wheel round. Okay? So, what we're talking about here is that in these particular chariots, the axle assembly, that ferrule that holds the spokes all together and that rotates around the axle, is not made of bronze. It's made of iron. Okay. Now, this has some really, really good advantages if you're doing a chariot. One, iron chariots are less prone to, or chariots with iron axle assemblies are less prone to stress fractures and breaking in the field. That's a big advantage. If you've got to ride over rough terrain, You want that. You want your chariot wheels to last. So, also, it's lighter. It's a lot lighter. Yes, iron pound for pound is heavier than bronze. But iron can be made thinner, stronger, and you need less material. So you end up making faster, lighter chariots. Okay? Faster, lighter chariots that are less prone to break. We even see this happening, for example, in the Sea of Reeds crossing, where the Egyptians are using bronze chariots, okay? Chariots with bronze components, and they get stuck in the mud, and the wheels pop off. Why do the wheels pop off? Because the axle assembly is breaking from the stress fractures in the bronze. Okay, so you're not going to have that problem, at least not to the same degree, with axle assemblies made of iron. Darkblade asks, iron is magnetic, copper isn't. Is that also relevant? No, it's not really. Because they're not using the magnetic properties here. They're using the strength properties. They're using the, I mean, bronze stress fracture is really easy. You know, it work hardens. The more piece of bronze gets beaten, the more fragile it gets. That doesn't happen to iron. This is why you can work it in the way you do. You know, one of the things about working, say, bronze is you have to keep reheating it to so it doesn't work hard and fractures as a result. So, so you don't have that issue with iron. So now, getting back to the original question here, which is it anachronistic? And the answer is no. We do find iron being used at Tel Migdal in the 12th century. Okay, now Joshua here is taking place in the 12th century, so we already see that there are Canaanite cities and Philistine cities that are already using iron at the time of Joshua. Also, it seems to have been an import as well. The Hittites had entered into the Iron Age long before anyone else did. Okay, they entered into the Iron Age, their Iron Age, in the early second millennium. Okay, so and they're exporting it. They're exporting iron. So if you had the money, you could buy iron components from the Hittites. So it's not all anachronistic. This period of Joshua is usually called Late Bronze 2B, Early Iron Age 1A. Okay? So they already had iron, and they already had it before the end of the Late Bronze 2B period. It's just, it takes time for it to for these technologies to disseminate into a culture. But apparently at Beishan, they already found that that iron was superior in the production of chariotry, and were already making it like this at the time. Okay, but we're not talking here about a chariot that's heavier. And I think this is one of the things that people get confused about the whole iron chariot thing. They think that the chariot's made of all iron, and it's just a walking tin can out, riding tin can out in the middle of a battlefield. And that's not what this is talking about. It's talking about the metal components that used to be bronze being replaced with iron, and that makes it faster, lighter, and more durable. More suitable for battle conditions. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Great question, and interesting question, too. All right, next one here is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you so much for that generous super chat. We really appreciate it. And he asks, given the fact that it was so hard for the Philistines to feed themselves, why didn't they develop into a situation of seafaring trade and colonizers like the Phoenicians? Very interesting question, very easy question to answer, actually, because they had nothing to trade. And they had no ports. Okay? There was no big deep sea ports. To do trade on the Mediterranean, you need deep sea ports. Okay? The Phoenicians had a deep sea port at Tyre. Okay? Tyre has a deep sea port. You don't find another deep sea port going southward until you hit Avaris. Okay? That's the next deep sea port. Now, in the time of Herod the Great, he's going to make the city of Caesarea, and he's going to create himself a deep sea port there. And he's going to do it by creating this massive harbor out of concrete. And it's fascinating how he did this. The Romans had concrete that could cure in salt water, that actually got stronger as it sort of sat in salt water. So basically, he made these large, almost pylons, and basically threw them into the coastal area of Caesarea to create a deep sea port where there hadn't been one. Okay? So then this changed the landscape of trade in the in Roman period Palestine, because you will go south from Tyre, you hit Caesarea. That's a really convenient place to put a port, because then the next you're going to swing around and hit Alexandria. That's going to be the next deep sea port. So that's why the Philistines never became. They were a seafaring people, at least originally, but that's why they didn't develop seafaring traders and colonizers. It's because they lacked the deep sea ports to do that kind of trade. And you really need those deep sea ports if you're going to have a bustling amount of trade, because those ships are heavy laden with cargo. If you don't have the deep sea port, they run aground into the sand. And the Mediterranean at that part of the coast of Canaan is really shallow, and very much sand embedded. Okay? So yeah, it's very interesting. But that's the reason. Philistia did not have the deep sea ports. So, oh, they had a fishing fleet. Yeah, sure, Scott. Scott says Philistines came from the Aegean. Even without natural harbor along the Philistia, they managed to have fishing fleet, even though they couldn't maintain a merchant fleet. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they had a fishing fleet. But you don't need deep sea harbor for a fishing fleet. You don't need that. All you have to do at that point is, just be able to land a ship on the shore. And, you can do that with any fishing fleet. But a merchant fleet? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need those deep sea harbors. You can't do effective trade without those deep sea harbors. And this is a fact that's been long recognized in antiquity. So, this is why even after, say, Avaris closed down as a city, they kept that port at Perunefer at Avaris going, long after the city closed down. And that was because the city of P-Ramses didn't have a deep sea harbor. The only deep sea harbor near there is at Avaris. So even when the city shut down, they kept that port going because they needed that deep sea harbor. It's the only one the Egyptians had at that time. So, these are really important elements that we need to sort of look at when we talk about these things, because it explains why a lot of cultures developed the way they did. So, Andrew, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Darkblade adds, then the port and P. Ramses both get abandoned? Yeah, at the end of Dynasty 20. What happens is the Pelusiac branch of the Nile becomes so silted up that they're not able to get ships in and out of there anymore. So if you can't get the ship in and out, you can't use the deep harbor. And if you can't get access to the deep harbor, your capital just becomes sort of isolated and stranded. So that's why both the port and P. Ramses get abandoned, is because of the silting up of the Pelusiac branch. There was even a time for a while that they tried to keep P. Ramses going by trying to desilt the Pelusiac branch by essentially dredging it. But they couldn't keep up with that. The river just dumped too much silt. Okay, the next one here is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you again for that generous super chat. We really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. He says, given that the Bible prohibits magic, how are people supposed to know what magic is, unless they first know what science is? Interesting question. Now, people have understood what magic is since antiquity. Long before science. And the reason why is because magic and science are not direct opposites. Okay? It's not that you understand something is magic by science. It's that you understand what magic is based upon a different standard. So you're not understanding magic because of science. You're actually understanding magic because of religion. Religion tells you what's magic and what isn't. You know, are you making your appeal here to forces outside of what is the bona fide religion? If you're doing that, that's magic. So it's really religion that determines what's magic and what isn't, not science. So Darkblade asks, what's the definition of magic again? Magic is the appeal to forces of nature to determine the course of events. Okay? So it's basically a way of either and there's two kinds of magic here. What's sometimes called disruptive magic and sympathetic magic. Okay? And let me give you two examples. Okay? And let's say you want to create a plague of frogs. Okay? There's two ways to do this. Using magic. Okay? One is use disruptive magic. You get the nastiest, gnarliest frogs, and the ones with like 6 legs and 3 eyes. And you say, I want to make a plague of frogs, and I will do this magical ritual that if I do these horrible acts like dismembering them and pinning them on the wall and all that stuff to these frogs, it will disrupt the forces of nature enough that I can create a plague of frogs. Okay? That's an example of disruptive magic. Okay? It's not necessarily appeal to an organized religion. What it is it's an appeal to doing a ritual to upset the forces of nature. Okay? Now, sympathetic magic does the opposite. It's still magic. Like, for example, you can take, say, the most perfect, beautiful frogs you can find. And let's say you need some magic numbers. So you have 7. 7 beautiful, most stunning, perfect, blemish-free frogs you can imagine. Okay? And instead of, say, sacrificing them, you say, I've collected them together. I'm going to say an incantation over these perfect frogs. I'm going to give them a blessed treat of maybe a honey-dipped fly. And yes, the frogs themselves prefer sympathetic magics. You give the little frogs a massage, and then you release them. this will work with the forces of nature to create a plague of frogs. Okay? So, both of them, neither of them appeal to the forces of, say, religion. But they are appealing to the forces of nature, trying to either disrupt or work with the forces of nature to change an outcome, a natural outcome. Tossman, frog massage magic. Well, they prefer the massage over being dismembered, I'll say that. I don't even have to be terribly good at this to know that. Oh yeah, Dark Blade. So it's like manipulating the mod or something. Yes, it's manipulating the forces of nature. That's what magic is. It's using ritual to manipulate the forces of nature. That's magic. Dossman, he really likes his head rubs, so it'll rain. Yeah, a lot of magic worked that way. A lot of it. The Egyptian forms of magic were mostly sympathetic. They weren't disruptive. And I think that's really interesting. Levantine magic seems to be more disruptive in nature. Gnostic magic seems to be more disruptive in nature. So, but Egyptian magic seems to be more sympathetic. So every sort of culture had its own form of magic, but it is still identifiable as magic through, say, the teachings of, say, the predominant religion. But almost always it's to make nature do something that where you're influencing the outcome of a certain event by manipulating the forces of nature. The Vault says, couldn't you say health system has some magic in it then, since it would be working against nature? Well, you're not actually using ritual here, because ritual is a component of magic. Okay, so you need ritual. You can't just manipulate the forces of nature. You can do that without ritual. I mean, hopefully my doctor, when he looks at me, isn't sacrificing a rubber chicken at the same time. Okay. So, you can work against nature, and that's okay, because it doesn't involve ritual. But you do need that contrast there in order to determine what is magic and say what is oh well. Yeah. There are but the sort of the underlying and well, there is underlying components to magic that did work. And my producer here is bringing that up here, that, yeah, a lot of medicine is, some of it is based upon, say, either folk magic or applied chemistry, applied sociology. There are aspects of magic that would work independent of the ritual aspect. But that doesn't mean that what they did originally wasn't magic. It was just magic with a component that worked. So, yeah, pharmakia. Yeah, pharmakia is an example where applied pharmacology is used. I mean, for example, Jacob. Jacob did this. When he put the sticks in the water supply. He didn't know that was going to. I mean, that's applied pharmacology. When he put the sticks in the water and fed his sheep the water, the sheep were getting a dose of antibiotics. That made his sheep healthier, stronger, and breed better. Okay? He probably, yeah, he couldn't as my producer just said, Jacob probably couldn't articulate why it worked, and he was probably doing a magical ritual as he did that. But it worked. it worked because it was applied pharmacology. There is a pharmacological basis for this. So, Sir Kaplan, you never know. Maybe your doctor does have a back room full of rubber chickens. Well, that would explain a lot.
Our last one.
Yeah. Uh, Thomas Wingborg, is vitamin C against the could be is vitamin C a ritual or not? I'll just say it that way because I don't know exactly what he's trying to say here. Uh, it's not against nature. Here, well, it's vitamin C is not really effective as a cold remedy. Studies have now shown this. People still do it though. Um, but it's also basically, I would say it's not a ritual, and because there's no magical component meant to disrupt nature there.
Yeah,
Um, yeah. Um, but I think what it is, what vitamin C is cultural wisdom. It's cultural wisdom. If you grew up in America, you grew up thinking that vitamin C helped you with a cold. No medical basis for that. None at all. But, you know, if you drink orange juice, it makes you feel a little better because it hydrates you, gives you, say, carbohydrates. Um, oh, jeez. Darkblade! An example of disruptive measure magic is drenching fries in cheese and gravy to prevent Americans from stealing them. Oh, but it's so delicious. It's so wrong and so delicious. Oh, gravy and cheese on fries. Oh, it's so good. So good. Oh man, if you've never tried it, it is just the best. It is the best. Yeah. Um, Darkblade asks, could the placebo effect intersect with magic? Yeah, sure, sure. The placebo effect. Yeah, yeah. That's not placebo though. My producer here brings up the example of a witch doctor cursing a person, and then the whole tribe basically stopping dealing with them, and they starve to death because of lack of resources and all of that. That's not placebo though. That's applied sociology. But placebo can affect it. There's no doubt. Um, people who take love potions, a lot of that is placebo because the love potion, um, you know, makes them feel like they're going to fall in love and they get more confident. And that confidence is an example of the placebo effect. But then again, the placebo effect, too, is applied psychology. So, oh, yeah. Yeah. But even the placebo effect is an applied science of a kind. Yeah. If you come off, as my producer said, if you come off very strong and feeling confident and strong, your chances of being attractive to somebody else increase dramatically. And this is true actually of both women and men. They've done studies of this that um, men who are more confident appear more attractive, and women who appear more confident appear attractive. So, if you've got a love potion out there, even if it doesn't work at all, the placebo effect can give people that confidence that says that love potion will work, and it can have that effect by. Oreo says, "Love potions are real." He goes, I'm a getting one to gift to my cat. Cats only love themselves, man. Sorry. Sorry. They only love themselves. That's just cats. Okay. Okay, let's get on to the super chats here, because we are rounding, getting close to 11 now. The Vaults ask, was sacrificial system blood magic then? No, it wasn't. One of the things about magic is it's stochastic. Okay? We have to keep this in mind too, that magic did not ever guarantee a result. So, if you did magic, and let's say you did your frog spell, okay? It was never guaranteed that it would work. Magic is never guaranteed to work. It's just said to work sometimes. So, the sacrificial system was a prescriptive thing. Okay? The blood sacrificial system was you did blood atonement, and you sacrificed a goat or sheep to cover your sins, and those sins are covered. Okay? There's no stochastic element there. The deity will, if you've done the proper rites and you've done it in good faith and you've done it correctly, the sins will be covered. Or the oath will be sealed, or all that stuff. Okay? So, blood, sacrificial system is not blood magic. It's not in any way blood magic. Now, people did do blood magic, but that's a different thing all again. All right, next one here is a member comment from Dossman. Thank you for the comment. Bell pepper update. They have all sprouted, 4 in total. Awesome. Good job. Now, if you can get them to fruit, that's an achievement. Yeah, those brown honey bell peppers are they're hard to grow. They're hard to grow. So, keep us updated, because I'd like to know. Okay, next one here is from Scott Worthland for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is the Egyptian low chronology the slight majority view or the general consensus? When did Egyptologists get this majority consensus view? Okay, it's right now I'll call this the grudging general consensus. Okay? The grudging general consensus. Okay? And to understand this, you kind of have to know a little bit about Egyptological politics. Okay? You've got 2 major schools of Egyptology. Major schools. The Chicago School and the British School. The Chicago School used to support the high chronology. Okay? The British School supported the low chronology. When the high chronology was disproved in the 1980s, it became almost a sort of a battle of competing schools. The school in Chicago was really, really unhappy with this because so many of their guys had been high chronologists. Okay, or supported the high chronology. But they couldn't deny the outcome either. Likewise, in the British school, they were more Gardnerian as far as their grammar, but the Chicago had won the day on, say, the Polotsky grammars. Okay, so there's this rivalry between Chicago and the British schools. But as when it came to the chronology debate, the British schools won, essentially. They won. So the Chicago school really begrudgingly had to agree with the consensus, even though it would like an alternative. So everyone right now agrees with the low chronology as far as being the general consensus view, even if they don't like it, and a lot of them don't like it. Okay, when did this majority consensus view emerge? In the 1990s. It emerged in the 1990s. It was pretty much a fait accompli in the 1980s. Um, the last um, the last guy to make a kind of half-hearted defense of the high chronology was William Ward in 1992, and Ward basically, how do I say this, sunk his own ship here. Ward was kind of was a fan of the high chronology, but in spelling out why the high chronology should be adhered to, he basically showed how bad it was. So, um, yeah, there hasn't been a major article done supporting the high chronology since William Ward in 1992. And that was because it just turned out to be such a disaster for Ward. So, um, yeah, he basically showed why everyone should be. He basically showed everyone should support the low chronology, um, while defending the high chronology. It's one of those papers. Um, so, but it was one of his last papers he wrote. Um, Darkblade. So the high chronology died even before Wrong Wyatt did. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was dead by 92. It was dead by 92. 92 had never really recovered from it. And pretty much now you've got variations of the low chronology. Just about every major chronologist now supports it. Um, Baines and Malekdo, Hornung, Warburton, and Krauss do. Of course, you've got Kenneth Kitchen, who came up with it, and also Ian Shaw. So almost all of the major chronologists and all the major textbooks now do write from a low chronology view. So, so the high chronology is cooked. It's cooked. It's over. The serious debate on this is over. You can still get some people in, say the early Exodus Gate camp that are still trying to revive a high chronology, but the high chronology they want is different than, say, the Chicago School's high chronology. The Chicago School's high chronology cuts off, say, the death of Tutmosis III no earlier than 1039. Sorry, not 1039. 1439. So it's still not high enough for the early daters, but they're desperate. They're really desperate. But the high chronology is cooked. It's cooked. It's over. At least a serious debate in this. Okay. Um, but like any debate, you get past the phase of the serious debate, and then you get into the unserious debate, where things start getting silly. And that's sort of where we are on this. Okay. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. And yeah, it's Darkblade. So ABR is digging up the High Chronology's grave, mutilating its corpse, and putting the corpse on life support. Oh, that is horribly illustrative. Um, it is what they're doing. I mean, it's like they're pulling out the corpse and putting it on a rack to stretch it out, and then putting it in life support. Yeah, I mean, ABR's really not a serious debater in this debate. They're really not. Mr. Kaplan, tiny bit graphic, but then, but yeah. Okay, let's move on. Aaron Richard for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. With Passover coming up, could you discuss the historical context of the initial Passover in Exodus? Yeah, we can. That's a vague question, a very broad question. So because you haven't asked me too many specifics here, I can kind of give you just some generalities. The Exodus appears to have occurred in the 19th dynasty, around 1265 BC. We know it's in the 19th dynasty because of two factors. The toponyms of the Exodus route all date to Seti I or Ramses II, and not earlier than that. The other thing is that the propinquity of the Exodus pharaoh himself, which is he had to live right beside the Israelites at Goshen. Okay? And the reason we know this is because of the Exodus night itself. Okay? The Exodus night itself, when we go to, say, Exodus chapter 12. Okay. Now the Lord said to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, "This month shall be the beginning of months for you. It shall be the first of the month for you to hear it." Okay. On the 10th of this month, you're supposed to take a lamb for yourselves. Okay. And you basically keep the lamb with you. You go down here to verse 6. And you shall keep it, that's the lamb, until the 14th day of the same month. And then the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel is to kill it at twilight, at evening. Now, this is really an important verse because it sort of sets up what happens next. Okay? The way that the Israelites' days work is from sunset to sunset. Okay? So the Israelites are keeping the lamb until sunset. At sunset, it's no longer the 14th day, it's the 15th day. So they kill the lamb on the 14th day, sunset happens, and then they eat the lamb on the 15th. Because it's sunset to sunset. Okay? So they're eating Passover on the 14th day. Okay, then we get through there. And then we see the death of the firstborn. And let's see where I can here. Verse 29. Now it came about at midnight that the Lord struck all the firstborn of the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon. So the Passover takes place on the midnight of the 15th. Okay, midnight of the 15th, the Passover the death of all the firstborn happens. Okay, verse 30. And Pharaoh rose in the night, and he and all his servants, the Egyptians. There was a great cry in Egypt, for there was no home where there was not somebody dead. Then he called for Moses and Aaron at night and said, "Rise up, get out from among my people, both you and the sons of Israel. Go worship the Lord as you have said." Okay. So, Pharaoh's messengers arrive while it's still dark, while it's still night of the 15th. Now, how do we know that's still on the night of the 15th? Because of Numbers 33. Numbers 33 says, verse 3, and they journeyed from Ramses in the first day of the 15th day of the first month. That's the day of the Passover. Okay. So, from the 15th, so the timeline is the 14th. On the 14th before sunset, they take their lamb and they gather as a community. They kill the lamb, painted blood on the doors. Sunset happens. 15th, they start eating the Passover meal. Roughly 6 hours later, at midnight, the the firstborn are all killed. Then Pharaoh sends his messenger out to tell Moses to get out of Dodge. Leave. You're done. Get out of here. And those messengers occur before dawn. That's a 6-hour window. 6-hour window. So Pharaoh had to live within 6 hours of travel time to Moses and Aaron at Paramses, in that land of Goshen area. So we know that from that context, from that propinquity, that the king of Egypt had to live near the land of Goshen. Okay? So, knowing that, we also know from the historical context of this that you only find kings of Egypt living in Goshen from the reign of Ramses II up until Ramses X. Okay? So it's those kings of the 19th and 20th dynasty that live there. No other kings except for the Hyksos kings live there. Okay? So, and the Hyksos kings are too early. Way too early. So that leaves you with only sort of a small window here. Now the other piece of data is the Merneptah victory stela mentions that there's Israelites in the land of Canaan around 1217. So that really narrows it down to just one king. That's Ramses II. Okay? So you're living here. The historical context of the initial Passover takes place during the height of the reign of Ramses II. And it happens mid-Dynasty 19, which happens to be right in the middle of the reign of Ramses II, because Ramses II reign is so long, it takes up 3/4 of the dynasty. So, no, that's actually not quite correct, Scott. Both 14th and later Amoritic 15th dynasty used Avaris as their capital. Some 14th dynasty kings did. Not all of them. Because the 14th dynasty kings are not all ruling at the same time. Okay. They're basically warlords. So some used Avaris, some didn't. So it's no means all 14th dynasty kings ruled from Avaris. That's an overstatement. Okay, Emily asks, who is the angel of death? We're not sure. We don't. It's the angel of the Lord. Okay, we think that's a theophany. Okay, but we're not exactly sure who the angel of death here is. Darkblades. So the first half of Ramses' reign is really the only possible slot. Is that correct? Yes, it's really the only possible slot. That's because the possibility there. I mean, earlier than that, your toponyms won't work. Your place names won't work. And then you're having to do a lot of ad hocing to try to make it work. Special pleading all over the place just to try to make it possible. So the first half of Ramses' reign is really the only option here. Especially if you take all the data. But they start ignoring data and cherry picking data, well, anything goes. But honest historians don't do that. Only dishonest historians do that. So, but yeah, it's really the only possibility. Okay, so, Aaron, I hope that covers some of the historical context. Again, you're really looking here at mid-Dynasty 19, reign of Ramses II. Okay, and there's all sorts of things that we have seen where that context is sort of played in. Like we find mud bricks. He was a great consumer of mud bricks because he built so many temples. Like, for example, you can go to the Ramesseum today and see the mud bricks that the Israelites made there. It's really incredible to see. Um, I don't understand your follow-up question, Aaron. What would the reason an Israelite would believe do this Passover event? Uh, they had seen the plagues. They had seen the other plagues. And, Moses is telling his people, telling the leaders, yeah, get them prepared for this Passover. Because it's just going to be a plague that's much, much worse. So, absolutely, that would probably be what would compel him to do this. Because it doesn't seem like this would work. But, that's sort of, I guess, the impetus there is that they'd seen Moses command the elements. And, yeah, you got this guy who turns the water into blood, brings on frogs, flies, gnats, darkness, um, dead cattle, boils. Yeah, after a bit of that, yeah, they'll go, yeah, we'll trust this. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. Next one here is from Aaron Richard again for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, I'm teaching through the book of Leviticus and want to create a study guide. Ooh, good for you. Excellent. Love to hear that. One of the purposes of our channel is to train up the leaders of the next generation who will do things like this, who will, do study groups, who will write books, who will engage the culture, who will train up the next generation after us. Especially since hearing, say, what's happened to TEDS, Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, just recently. Yeah, we need this more than ever. We need people to step up to the plate and start acting like leaders. So I totally applaud you here for teaching through the book of Leviticus and to create a study guide. I think this is a great idea. Okay. And he says, what are some things I need to know about Leviticus to better understanding it? Okay, one thing you're probably going to have to understand about Leviticus is it's about Levites, primarily. And it's in the book. Name of the book. Leviticus. About the Levites. So, Leviticus is going to strongly talk about ritual law. How to do sacrifices, how to prepare yourself for doing sacrifices, how to be a good Levite, a good priest. And if I can sum up the book of Leviticus in one sentence, is God wants you to worship him in God's way. Okay? Okay. Yeah, Emily Tegesu says the holiness code. Yeah, it's the holiness code. If you want to worship God, you've got to do it God's way. I'm going to repeat that a third time. If you want to worship God, you've got to do it God's way. That's the whole point of Leviticus. Okay? So if you've got that understanding, you can sort of tailor your study guide to say, okay, here's some place that it just seems a little strange that he would do this, but there's a reason for it. And it's usually because it fits into the categories that God wants to present. Categories such as holiness, abomination, clean, unclean. So you're going to see a lot of that sort of language in Leviticus. So it's all about, if you want to worship God, got to do it my way. You got to do it at the tabernacle, not at some strange hill somewhere. That won't happen. Darkblade says, the book of Leviticus is like the terms and conditions barely anyone reads. Yeah, kind of. Gandalf the base. Wait, what happened at Trinity? Oh, it's gone. It's folding. It's disintegrated. Um, it's yeah, Trinity Evangelical Divinity School is ceasing as an institution as of 2026. Yep. Um, it's being poached by Trinity Western University, which has already destroyed one divinity school. So they're getting a second crack at destroying another one. Um, oh yeah, we're going to be doing a man machine alert on this, going through this entire fiasco. What happened to Trinity? Why uh, Trinity self-destructed, and what this means for the um, broader Christianity, because it has incredible um, implications for the seminary movement in North America. Um, it's a case of financial mismanagement and bad decision making, horrendous decision making. This again is why we think our ministry on YouTube right now is so important, because the seminaries have failed or are in the process of failing. So, you know, this is and it's really sad because a lot of this was really unnecessary. So, um, yeah, they're trying to put a brave face on this, saying this is a brave new future to Trinity and Trinity Evangelical Divinity School and Trinity Western University, and it's just like, yeah, this is a this is an f up, and you guys are responsible for this. Yeah. Emily Tedesco says, I heard someone describe it as the first domino to fall. It's not the first domino to fall. Um, um, it was one of the fastest dominoes to fall. Seabury went down first. Seabury has been out of business now for a long time, like almost 12, 15 years. Um, but um, Gandalf the Based, I really hope Southwestern doesn't fall. I'm almost done with my MDiv. Yeah, get it done fast. Uh, Basically, Southwestern is making the same decisions Trinity did. They started slower with those decisions, so they're slower. They've Southwestern's got a slower burn. It's going to end up the same place as Trinity. Uh, Gandalf, aren't most seminaries closing or struggling to stay open? Yes, because they're all making the same decisions. They're making all the same bad, pious crud decisions. Yeah, they're just my producer says one decision they seem to keep messing up is the failure to maintain academic integrity. Blue Dog, Southwestern Baptist. My dad got his MRE there. Yeah, yeah, they're going down the tubes too. Yeah, yeah. It's just um, Jack Ray, great inflation. No, requirement diminishment. Uh, some of these places are starting to do like Trinity started doing a MDiv Lite. MDiv Lite. Reduce the number of requirements for the MDiv. Darkblade says, "Will Kenny's new workplace be a domino?" Uh, if DTS goes down, and bad hires are one of the signs of a seminary that's going down. So the fact that Dallas Theological Seminary hired a guy like Titus Kennedy is not a good sign. It's a bad sign. But here's the thing. I would say I would say certain, say, pride decisions are the first symptom. Bad hires are the second decision. Um, Terrible cost-cutting measures are the third. Wasteful spending is the fourth. And then finally, to try to salvage the mess they're in, getting rid of the best programs that kept those institutions afloat and in the black, getting rid of them in favor of a gospel-only, narrow New Testament focus. And then finally, going totally online. Once they go online, it's over. If they go 100% online, it's done. This thing's baked. The Vaults goes, doesn't Bach work at DTS? Oh yeah, a lot of good people work at DTS. But here's the problem. DTS is starting to make bad hires. Starting to make bad hires. And that's a sign things are going down.
Yes. And
Yeah, DTS is not in an unreversible position here. I think Southwestern is in an close to an unreversible position. And yeah, Jack Ray, go online, then it flatlines. Yeah. As soon as they go entirely online, it flatlines. On 2023, Trinity, TED stopped offering on-campus instruction. Gandalf the Base says, are MDiv lights like certificates you can get or lighter course loads? It's a lighter course load. So your typical MDiv is 3.5 years long. It's a long degree. It's a very long degree. And the reason why it's such a long degree is because it requires a heck of a lot of language training. A good quality MDiv requires 3 years of Greek, 2 years of Hebrew. It's really hard to balance that load. So the course load is usually spread out over 3.5 years. Now, a lot of the MDiv lights are reducing that course load to 2 years. And the way they're reducing that course load to 2 years is by cutting out some of the language learning. Like, for example, some MDiv lights are saying, well, you don't need 3 years of language training anymore. You can do 2 years of Greek or 2 years of Hebrew, but not both. Darkblade, surprise, no French or German. Yeah, that's not part of a regular MDiv. MDivs don't normally require French or German. But if you want a PhD, you require it. So, so then it's just one of those things that, it's one of those things that are sort of, you need that there, okay? Bova asks a question here. Does the name Kadesh Barnea link to Merneptah? Yeah, that's Banaray. Okay. Contradict Ramses II as the Exodus Pharaoh? No. How could Moses know the name if he was in the desert before Merneptah ruled? Because there's some overlap here. Okay, there's some overlap between the writing in the book of Numbers and the entry into the Israelites into Canaan. Okay, so there's some overlap there. The Israelites enter any time between, say, the last year of Ramses II to the 5th year of Merneptah, in which case Merneptah had already done his campaign. A lot of people think that he did it in his 2nd year. Okay, so that would not be inconsistent with the Israelite conquest. The Vault says, it doesn't make me feel hopeful for the future of scholarship from the Christian side. It isn't. That's the problem. Okay? That's the problem. Is that that the rigor is gone. A lot of the rigor that used to go into these theological educations has sort of given out in favor of trying to increase student enrollment. And it might give them a temporary boost in student enrollment, but it quickly ends up being that people find out about the quality of these degrees, and it's like, yeah, yeah, they'll go someplace smaller and cheaper. So it becomes a real problem, for a school to Yeah, Jack Ray gets it right. Reduce the rigor, then comes the rigor mortis. Yeah. Well said, Jack. Well said. Well, this is what happened to Bethel Seminary. This is exactly what happened to the Bethel Seminary. It got rid of all its rigor. All of it. They got rid of all the language requirements. And they went down the tube so fast. So... Mm-hmm. Yeah. There is an experiential aspect to modern Christianity that doesn't bode well for the future of Christian scholarship. Trinity used to be called the Queen of the Seminaries, and that's because it had a massive legacy of scholars that came from their ranks. I'm one of them. My producer's one of them. Today, it's just it's not the quality it used to be. And the fact is, when Trinity canned its archaeology program, that was a terribly horrible mistake. Horrible mistake. But we're going to talk about this more on Monday's Man and Machine Alert, because we're going to focus exactly on this topic. Okay, let's move on here. Scott Worthen for $10. Thank you for the super chat. How do I discern between the Holy Spirit's inspiration from one's own subconscious goading to the conscious mind into what it wants to hear? How do I differentiate between God's calling versus self-delusion? Okay, that's two different questions. Okay, that's actually two different questions. How would I... Okay, it's almost easier to answer the second one first. Because how does one differentiate between God's calling and self-delusion? All right. And this is not going to be true for everyone, okay? There's some people who are filled with a passion. And that can be God's calling. And that's the one that's a little more hard to discern. Now, I wasn't that guy. Okay? I wasn't that guy. I was not the guy, and I knew these guys at seminary. I knew these guys at seminary who would tell me, I've got to serve the Lord in ministry. I'm so passionate about it. I can't imagine doing anything else in my life. Okay? I knew guys like that. Okay? I wasn't one of those guys. I'm going to be really honest. I was not one of those guys. Okay? I was the sort of guy that sort of went into seminary with the kind of lukewarm. Okay, kind of lukewarm. I was much more interested in making money at the time, honestly. Okay? So whenever I noticed, because I was doing a full-time job at the same time as I was applying for seminary. And every time I would let my seminary application lapse or ignore it, my day job started going south. Okay? It was like God would light a fire under me every time I neglected my application. Okay? So that's one way you can differentiate God's calling versus self-delusion. If you've got proclivity to not go, and God keeps forcing you to go, okay, you can probably take it at that point it's from God. Okay? So that's how you can one way you can differentiate God's calling versus self-delusion. If there's something else you can do, and, God may or may not be calling you. If there's nothing else you can do, then, oh yeah. Jack Ray, this is going to hurt moment. Oh yeah. Yep. So, yeah. Berman the Mr. Trash Rat says, Jonah, moment, as the kids say. Yep. Yeah. He says, Scott says, perfect answer. That's what I need to hear. Yeah. So if you have no other option, then yeah, God has arranged things in your life so that, he's making his will clear through your life. Okay? So that's not self-delusion. That's appraising your circumstances and understanding how God is working in your life. Okay? Now, the first question. How does one discern between the Holy Spirit's inspiration from one's own self-conscience, goading the conscious mind into what it wants to hear? And that's a problem. That's a Jeremiah 23 problem, where people thought they were carrying God's message, but really being deluded by the desires of their own mind. Okay? And that can happen. People can be deluded by the desires of their own mind. God says, these are prophets I did not send. I did not give them this message. And one of the things you sort of see in how the prophets respond, true prophets don't get zapped in their head. I think that's one of the important things, is that prophets in the Old Testament never get just the message beamed into them. They hear it external to them. They see it in their lives. So the Holy Spirit's inspiration, if it's coming from your self-conscious, if it's coming from the mind of what you want to hear, that's probably not from God. Okay? Because that's UFO cult thing. God zaps you when you've got a message from God. What did I just write? Oh, wow, that's so great. No, that's not how inspiration works. Inspiration works through all the events in your life working together to produce what God wants you to produce. That's inspiration. Zapping a message in your mind, that's not. So if it's coming from your mind, it's probably not from God. But if all the elements in your life have conspired to work together towards God's purpose, that's inspiration. So I hope that makes it clear. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very appreciated. It's a great question. More people should ask it, because there are people out there that are self-deluded. Okay? The vaults. Scott is heading to seminary school starting Monday. God says, yep, I'm not running off to Spain then. I wouldn't do that. And if you pick a seminary, don't pick Ted's. Just saying. Just saying. Not a great time to sign up with Ted's. Okay, let's move on here. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 10 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. Your support has really met the difference for us between keeping on the air and not, so we are thankful and really appreciate it. Okay, Addison. For some reason this one came through. I don't know, but for $4.99, thank you for the super chat. Which one is worse, fundamentalism or progressive Christianity? Oh, that's not even a debate. Progressive Christianity. Progressive Christianity is not Christianity. It's something else. It's a different religion altogether. It doesn't follow the historic Christian faith at all. At least fundamentalism follows the historic Christian faith. It is identifiable as Christian. There are excesses within fundamentalism that I think need to be avoided, but overall, it follows the historic Christian faith. Progressive Christianity doesn't. It follows woke ideology. It follows, it discards the Bible as an authoritative source. It doesn't believe in the Trinity. It's open theistic. I mean, how much more do we go on here? It doesn't believe in the virgin birth or the resurrection. In what way is it Christian? In what way is it Christian? So that's an easy one to answer. Okay? So, thank you for the super chat. And thank you for that super chat at $1.99. I'm not going to read. Okay. JP for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Cosmic Skeptic versus David Wood debate? Didn't see it. Okay, I did not see it. I haven't had a lot of time this week to look at debates, so I don't keep up on a lot of debates. Debates tend to be long. I just didn't have time this week to do it. Not with a book launch on my plate. So didn't get to see it. So I can't really comment on it. So unfortunately, I have to give this one a pass. All right, but thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. I would guess that Wood would do good, but again, you don't know for sure. I mean, Cosmic Skeptic is a smart guy. Wrong, but smart. And debating is sometimes about being smarter, not necessarily being coming up with the best arguments. All right. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. In Genesis 37:28, did Kish account for Joseph being sold for 20 shekels in the Levant and not Egypt, basically where the price is different by region? Okay, we'll just just read the passage just to be sure here. Genesis 37. Then some Midianite traders passed by, so they pulled him up and lifted Joseph out of the pit and sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. Thus they brought Joseph into Egypt. Okay. Now, if I recall Kitchen's work here correctly, he's not just taking Egypt into account here. He does use Egypt, some of the slave prices in Egypt, but he also uses slave prices in Mesopotamia. So in a sense, he's normalizing. He's not separating out by region, but he is putting them all together to sort of normalize a curve. So I think that's not a bad way to do this. It's not a bad way to do this, especially if you've got limited data. And I don't know how many samples he had for this, but I think it took it did require him using samples from more than one region. Okay. So yeah, the 20 shekels is before inflation. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, slaves were subject to inflation. You know, sometimes they were really cheap, sometimes they weren't. It depends on supply. They really followed supply and demand economics. during the late 18th dynasty and early 19th dynasty, the amount of the cost of slaves actually dropped because there was such a supply problem with that. So yeah, there's so many slaves in Egypt at the time that they just ceased being valuable. But after, say, Ramses III, the price of slaves skyrockets. It skyrockets. I think it increases up to 50 shekels during the reign of Ramses III. And it becomes that high, they become that valuable because Ramses III is no longer able to secure slaves from the Levant. So it really does undergo this pressure of supply and demand. It gets as low as, I believe, 30 during late dynasty 18, and then skyrockets to back up to 50. So yeah, inflation does play an important role in the slave trade. So, but yeah, Kitchen does account for Joseph in the Levant and in Egypt as well as Mesopotamia. He uses sources from essentially Egypt and Mesopotamia to make that determination. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Christian Theologics for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat, Addison. Read my first super chat, you blah blah. Yeah. Sorry, it's corrupted. There's nothing I can do about it. It's gone. Bye-bye. It's corrupted. Jonathan Walker for $5. Could some critiques about Christians by atheists be the demarcation problem? Not understanding the difference between Christians and false Christians. Oh yes. Yeah, I think there is something to that. I do see some atheist critiques that do encounter the demarcation problem. Like, for example, one of the most well-known critiques of atheism is that Christianity can't be true because it supports young earth creationism. Well, that's a demarcation problem. Young earth creationism is not an essential to the faith, despite what Answers in Genesis says. Not every Christian believes in young earth creation, nor needs to believe in young earth creation to be a Christian. So that is definitely a demarcation problem. So, I mean, we've seen this where, they'll just, like, guys like what's his name now? The runner-up for the worst vampire costume. What's his name now? Aaron Raw.
Oh.
Okay. Aaron Raw, when his critique of Christianity starts with young earth creationism. Okay? That's where he starts. Okay? So for him, Christianity and young earth creationism are synonymous. And that's definitely a demarcation problem. That's definitely a demarcation problem. Because not every Christian is a young earth creationist. Permanent Mr. Trash Rat. Did not know that Dr. Folk had good roasts. Christian Mouse, you are diabolical for that roast. I couldn't remember his name for a moment. Okay. But anyway, and Aaron Ross said, he can't. He has a really difficult time, engaging Christians that take a more philosophical or thoughtful view of Christianity. Yeah, he can flip them if they do young earth creationism. And he says he can do that almost instantaneously, and I don't doubt that. But that's a demarcation problem. We had a young guy come onto our YouTube channel. He's probably a teenager. I mean, he's still in high school. Or not my YouTube channel, Discord. And he was trying to be an idiot. And then the first thing he goes is that every Christian is a young earth creationist. No. In fact, most of the people on our Discord aren't. Okay. And but that's a demarcation problem. Attacking young earth creationism, a lot of Christians are going to say, so what? That doesn't define Christianity. That defines a particular subset of belief within Christianity, but that's not the same as defining Christianity itself. So, Oreo says, you have a Discord? Oh yeah, absolutely. The link is in the description. Oh yeah, we have a Discord. Just sign up for our Discord. Our Discord's great. It's a community. Okay? It's huge. Huge, massive, totally massive. Not that massive, but it is cool. Okay? The Discord is a place where you can come and socialize and continue the conversation after the live stream. Okay? I don't take questions on the Discord. Okay? So if you want questions out of Dr. Falk, you're not going to get them on the Discord. But you do get to socialize with Dr. Falk on the Discord. Because Dr. Falk hangs out on the Discord. Okay? He's particularly active in the writing corner, which is kind of our writer's workshop. Okay? So, I'm not going to answer your questions there, unless it's just something to do with one of my hobbies, and I find it enjoyable. I go there to relax. Everyone goes there to have a good time. It's a social area. Okay? So, our Discord is where half the channel lore originates. Sure does. Sure does. Jack Ray says, does Dr. Falk talk in third person on Discord too? I never used to do that until high school. It's a bad habit, and I picked it up by the guy I sat beside in science class. The guy in science that sat beside me in science class always used to talk about himself in the third person, and I just sort of picked it up at that point. So, yeah, it was a bad habit I picked up from high school. So, but yeah, the Discord's cool. It's really cool. We do all sorts of crazy stuff on the Discord. So, but there's also a lot of intense debate on there. It's a good community. We try to keep it friendly and polite. So, it's a great place. So do join us on the Discord. Okay. So we've talked enough here about the demarcation problem. Thank you again, Jonathan Walker, for that question. It's a good question. Mama has a question here. Member question. Honorifics seem especially important in the Ancient East. What's your favorite honorific you know of? I love to know how you accrued the most honorifics in ancient Eastern history, but that may be a research needed thing. Okay. Senenmut probably gathered more honorifics than anyone. Okay, he had 100 titles. 100 titles. Okay? A lot of them, and you kind of have to view honorifics, or sometimes these are called epithets, as a resume. The resume of your accomplishments. And you usually do, like, overseer of the house, maybe the most lowest epithet that anyone would have. But then they would add on to it. Then they'd add, say, priest of Amun, general of Akmosa, and they just keep adding on to the epithets as they took on more and more job roles. And this is how they built up their resume for the afterlife. So it was really important in ancient Egypt. Okay, in ancient Egypt, this was essential for building up a resume that the gods in the afterlife would see and then honor your accomplishments with a better resurrection. So, I think Sennemut probably takes the record for the most. But it was a time, he lived during the 18th dynasty, so that was a time when honorifics were really meant something. And a lot of these things is because honorifics um, were important because you didn't inherit stuff. And this seems to be something that we find in cultures across the board, is if there's not many possessions to inherit, titles become more important because they're a mark of status. Okay? Jack Ray, that reminds me of the amount of medals North Korean generals have on their uniforms that literally go down their legs. And it's crazy. And that's actually a really interesting example. Really interesting example. Because North Korean generals don't just wear medals they earned, but their father and grandfather earned. It's a mark of status. Because in North Korea, you don't have a lot of stuff. Because everyone's too poor. Even generals are too poor to have a lot of possessions in North Korea. But what they can have is status. And that's through not just wearing their own medals, but their dad's medals and their granddad's medals too. It is kind of cool, but it makes them look ridiculous. I mean, it's almost like they got scale mail running down their uniforms on both sides. Yeah. So, but that status of being in that pedigree of generals year after year after year, carries over. And it does so because they don't have stuff. There's a perfect example of this taking place. Okay. Gandalf the Base asked the question. Actually, we'll take that one later. Okay, mark that one for later. 1142. I want to get through the super chats first before I start diving into that, but we'll take that one. We gotta get through these super chats. And I have really digressed in some of these. Okay. Christian Theologics for 199. What does John 3:16 mean in opposite land? John 3:16. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. I have no idea. I don't think there's an opposite for it. Oh well. Jack Ray for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What does Essence say in opposite land? I don't know. I don't get him sometimes. He's just trying to rattle our chain, and I'm tired of that. I don't need that. Okay. Next one here is from Sentinel Apologetics for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Blessings on Genesis 10. Blessings, David. Well, good to see you here, Rob. Thoughts on Genesis 10, 14 to 15. A gloss on the Philistines. And should translations use Hittites as the CSB does, or instead of Hittites? All right. Pull it up here. Now we have to understand that Genesis 10 is ethnography. It's not genealogy. Even though it sometimes people view this as genealogy, it's not genealogy. It is ethnography. Okay? So once you understand that we're talking about ethnography, a lot of this makes sense. Okay? All right, 14. And Canaan became the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth. This is the Hatti. Okay? Should translations do this as Hethites instead of Hittites? No. This should be Hittites. Okay? This is definitely should be Hittites. I don't know what you mean by gloss on Philistines, because I don't see that in... Oh, from there, yeah, okay, I see that. And from Pathrusim and Calushim, from which came the Philistines. It shouldn't be... This one should not be a gloss, even though it's often cited as a gloss. The reason why some translators use this as a gloss is an outdated view. And what he means is this here is a gloss, supposedly a gloss. The idea here is the thought that the Philistines did not come onto the scene until the time of Ramses III. Okay, that's old thinking. That's now obsolete. We know that the Philistines, at least the tribes of the Philistines, were extant definitely by the time of Ramses II and as early as the Amarna period. Okay, so this shouldn't be a gloss. This is ethnography. This is the Israelites wandering through the Sinai and trying to piece together the ethnography of the world. Okay? So I definitely do not think this should be a gloss. But it is ethnography, and that's what it is. And it's ethnography that's extant at the time of the wandering in the wilderness. So, as far as the Hethites and the Hittites, and verse 15, that should be translated as Hittites. Okay. Again, what they're doing here is trying to hedge their bets here, and say it's Hethites, but yeah, that's not a good translation. I wouldn't go with that translation. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much. Super chat, very much appreciated. Okay. Jonathan Walker for $10. Kip and others refute the claim that the theme of Ezekiel 25 to 25 references events from Exodus to Deuteronomy because no one believes Ezekiel had a fully redacted Pentateuch. Thoughts? Yeah, I think that's out to lunch. The whole thing is that Ezekiel and other prophets keep referring back to the Exodus events. And it's actually sort of a red herring anyway. But let's look at Ezekiel here. Ezekiel 20 5 to 25. And say to them, thus says the Lord, on the day when I chose Israel and swore to the descendants of my house, descendants of the house of Jacob, and I made myself known to them in the land of Egypt, when I swore to them, saying, I am the Lord your God. On that day I swore to them to bring them out of the land of Egypt into the land that I had selected for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands, and said to them, cast away each one of the detestable things in the eyes, and do not defile yourself with the idols of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. But they rebelled against me and were not willing to listen to me. They did not cast away the detestable things of their eyes, nor did they forsake the idols of Egypt. Then I resolved to pour my wrath on them, to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But I acted for the sake of my name, that it should not be profaned in the sight of the nations among whom they lived, in whose sight I made them known by bringing them out of the land of Egypt. So I took them out of the land of Egypt and brought them into the wilderness. I gave them my statutes and informed them of my ordinances, by which if a man observes them, he will live. And I also gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am the Lord who sacrifices them. But the house of Israel is rebelled against me in the wilderness. They did not walk in my statutes. They rejected my ordinances, by which if a man observes them, he will live. And my Sabbaths they greatly profaned. Then I resolved to pour out my wrath on them in the wilderness to annihilate them. But I acted for the sake of my name, that they should not be profaned in the sight of the nations, before whose sight I brought them out. And I also swore to them in the wilderness that I will not bring them into a land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of the lands, because they rejected my ordinances as for my statutes. They did not walk in them, and they even profaned my Sabbaths, for their heart continually went after idols. Yet my eye spared them rather than destroying them, and I did cause their annihilation in the wilderness. And I said to them, children of the wilderness, do not walk in the statutes of your fathers, or to keep the ordinances, or defile yourselves with idols. I am the Lord your God. Walk in my statutes, and keep my ordinances, and observe them, and sanctify my Sabbaths. They shall be a sign between me and you, that you may know that I am the Lord your God. Okay. I think that Kip and others are out to lunch here. This is a red herring. It does not follow. You do not actually need a fully redacted Pentateuch for the Israelites to still write this in Ezekiel 20. Okay? And still have it refer to the Exodus. It's clear as day that this is still referring to the Exodus. Okay? And you don't need a fully redacted Pentateuch to do this. They had the Song of the Sea. They had the Song of the Sea, Exodus 15, 50 years after Merneptah. So there's early evidence of them having a record, an oral record of the Exodus. And that's all you need here. Okay? That's all Ezekiel would have needed to write this. So he didn't need a fully redacted Pentateuch. Now, I think the fact that Ezekiel did write this when he wrote it shows he had a complete Pentateuch. But it is just crazy that these idiots, keep going off here on this, because it doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur. Because you don't actually need fully redacted Pentateuch to arrive at this understanding. Their cultural history, as it were. You don't need it. It's an irrelevant objection. So, but the fact they had pieces of it in oral verse or in written is enough. It's sufficient here. So, yeah, I'm just not buying Kip's argument. I never do, because it's just so ill-informed. So ill-informed. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Medical Vitriol for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Tutmosis the tomb body just found, so you can research and see if that's our alleged Moses. No. The tomb of Tutmosis was Tutmosis II. He was a king. We know how long he reigned. He reigned for about, I think, 12 years. He wasn't a long reign king. And his body wasn't found, at least on that tomb. I think it was found in one of the cache tombs. But the tomb itself is not going to provide us with much information. It's been badly destroyed by flooding. So he's not Moses. And it's too early for Moses anyway. Way too early for Moses. That tomb dates to before Tutmosis III. So, yeah, it's not a good candidate for it. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Alrighty, let's see. Next one here from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, there was recently a discovery of a Neo-Assyrian armor in the northwest of China. What could be drawn from this discovery? God bless. Yeah, that's been known for a while now. It's more that it wasn't Neo-Assyrian armor. It's armor that used Neo-Assyrian technology. So what it seems to be is that there was trade between China and the Neo-Assyrian Empire, which is not surprising. A lot of these empires traded far and wide, and technology was traded along with everything else. So, China is an old enough civilization that it overlapped with the Neo-Assyrians, And these trading networks did go very, very far. So I think that's the best we can draw from that. But it's still an interesting thing. Very interesting. Darkblade goes, wait, people actually think Tutmosis II was Moses? You get people who think a lot of people were Moses. So, I don't know. The vault's for 279 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think the Last Supper was a setter or can't be? I think the Last Supper was a setter. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a first century setter. It fits with most of the patterns of first century setters. So yeah, I think it was a setter. Okay. And it anticipates the coming of the Passover. So yeah, I think it was a setter. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why didn't the chariots leave while waiting for the Israelites to cross the sea? Or after the pillar of fire stopped them from chasing the Israelites? Well, I'm not sure what the question here is exactly. Because the pillar of fire stopped them. Okay, the pillar of fire stopped the chariots from reaching the Israelites. If it hadn't been for the pillar of fire, the chariots would have caught the Israelites, dead to rights. And the sea hadn't parted yet. So, they get there in the middle of the night. The Israelites are stopped from being slaughtered by the pillar of fire. The sea parts, and then they go in. Okay. They wouldn't have left, because if they had left, they would have been badly punished. So, they're kind of between a rock and a hard place there. They either follow the Israelites, do what the generals tell them to do, or face summary execution. So, a soldier that doesn't fight is a dead man. A soldier that doesn't fight is a dead man. So, they were ordered to go in, get the Israelites, thin down the herd a bit, and that's what they tried to do. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very appreciated. Okay. M. Sharif 124 for MAD 100. I'm not sure what that currency is. But thank you very much for that super chat. We really appreciate it. Was there an Egyptian equivalent to God Yahweh Elohim? For example, Amun-Re, Ta, Atum. Not really. The king of the gods was Amun-Re. The creator deity was Ta, and so was Atum was the creator deity. Amun is the hidden god. But there wasn't anything that really sort of fit the same niche that Yahweh did. Oh, it's Moroccan. Wow. That's cool. That's really cool. We don't get many Moroccan people on the channel, so that's awesome. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. I'm glad you could be here. Okay. He goes on here. How would the Egyptians have understood the concept of Yahweh? Jeremiah 46:25 differentiates Yahweh from Amun. Why that might be. Okay. The Egyptians understood the concept of Yahweh the way sort of Pharaoh understood it, which is, I've never heard of this god. Now, the Egyptians weren't opposed to taking foreign gods and including it into their pantheon. They did that all the time. What they didn't do was they didn't integrate gods that had different metaphysics. For them, that was something they couldn't abide by. Okay? So, if, for example, a god was presented that was a henotheism, okay, that there were many gods going around, but you worshipped only one. They didn't abide by that. That they didn't like. They also didn't like monotheists. Okay, monotheists, the idea that it precluded other gods, again, not something they accepted. And they seem to have an intuitive sense of this. So if a god is just presented as one of many gods, yeah, fine. He can join the party. If it's a um if it's a god that says you can't worship other gods, there's no other gods, no, nope, that's off the table. Okay. So in the case of Amun, Amun's the god of hiddenness. He can, but he's one of many gods. He's one of many gods. So the Egyptians would have gone, yeah, okay, that's cool. Amun's one of many gods. Thumbs up to that. Yahweh, one and only God, the transcendent God? Nope. Thumbs down to that. So let's see what Jeremiah 46 says here, just to cover all our bases. So that would have been the Egyptian perspective on it, but let's get the Israelites' perspective on this too. Jeremiah 46:25. Okay. The Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, says, behold, I'm going to punish Ammon of Thebes and Pharaoh and Egypt, along with her gods and her kings, even Pharaoh and those who trust in him. Okay, so the text doesn't actually say why he's going to punish the gods of Israel, or Egypt, but does seem to be that separation between Ammon of Thebes. So that's obviously Ammon-Re, who was both a god of hiddenness and Re being the sun god. Okay? And Yahweh's not a sun god. It's too small of a concept of God. So I think that's what sort of Jeremiah 46 is driving at here, is that these are small gods. These are small gods. And they're being subjected to Yahweh as punishing these small gods in distant locations. And that's very untypical of say, localized gods. A lot of the gods of the ancient world were what we would call localist gods. So they only had their power in dominion in a local location. So gods didn't get around back then. They had their dominion and power in a small place, and the idea of universal gods was not something that was really practiced. Even in say, the Egyptian New Kingdom, where Ammon-Re was the king of the gods, there was an Ammon-Re of Thebes, and there was an Ammon-Re of Medina Habu, and they were distinct, and they had different realms of responsibility, even though they're technically aspects of the same deity. It's just one of those things that's sort of a peculiarity of late Bronze, early Iron Age divinity. So, the Egyptians didn't really have that concept of Yahweh as a universal God. It was something that they were still sort of wrestling with. How does a god be in two places at once and not lose their local status? So, I hope that gives you some insight into the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I'm glad you could join us tonight. It's a real privilege to have someone here from Morocco. Okay, Vermin the Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Friend, if you live your whole life without Christ and are doing just fine without him and living a virtuous life, then why believe in Christianity? Because all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. That's why. There are people who live their whole life without Christ, doing fine without him, and living a virtuous life, but they're dead in their sins. Because no man's perfect. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Fermin Trashat said, a friend of mine said this, if you are wondering. Yeah, I kind of figured that was what was going on. But yeah, that's the problem, is we're all dead in our sins. You know, and if you reject Christ, you're doing the ultimate sin. Because salvation is based upon what is your relationship with Jesus Christ. Okay? You can't live a virtuous life. You can't live a life so virtuous that it will save you. It's not possible. If you live a life, you'll sin at some point. And rejecting Christ is the greatest of these sins. So that's why you should believe in Christianity. Because without Christ, you're dead in your sins. And then you will have to deal with your sins without Christ. And that's not a good plan. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, Vermin and Mr. Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Revelation 9:11. Ooh. Who is Abaddon and Apollyon? Okay. Revelation chapter 9, verse 11. Okay. Let's actually back up a little bit. Let's go to the whole start at the beginning of the chapter. It's a bit long, but and the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star from heaven which had fallen to the earth, and the key of the bottomless pit was given to him. Now, this is somebody who's in the bottomless pit. Okay? That's our first clue. Bottomless pit. Satan is not in the bottomless pit. Okay? He's not that stupid. Okay. What is the we should say what is the bottomless pit first of all? It's a prison. Okay? It's the God's maximum security prison. Okay? It's the maximum security prison for those who are super bad and out of control. Okay? So this is the maximum security prison for angelic beings. Okay? Spirit critters. Okay? This is the maximum security prison for spirit critters. Blue Dog asks, Tartarus? Yeah, it's Tartarus. Okay, this is the equivalent Tartarus. It's, yeah, Darkblade Alcatraz squared. Yep, exactly. It's where you send the spirit critters that don't abide by the rules. There are rules, even for spirit critters, even evil ones. Okay, if those bad spirit critters violate the rules, they get sent to the abyss. And that's God's maximum security prison. Okay, so this is a bad dude. Bad dude. And verse 2, and he opened up the bottomless pit, and smoke went out of the pit like the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by the smoke of the pit. And out of the pit came forth locusts. Now, these aren't real locusts. Upon the earth, and the power was given to them as scorpions of the earth have power. So they got some bite. And they were told they should not hurt the grass of the earth, nor any green thing, nor any tree, but only men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. Okay, these are bad spirit critters that want to inflict pain. Now, the power of the scorpion is the power to create burning pain. Because that's what scorpion venom does. It's very rare for scorpion venom to kill a human being. But oh boy, you will wish you were dead. You are really, it really sucks to be you if you got stung by a scorpion. Okay? Verse 5, and they were not permitted to kill anyone, but torment for 5 months. So these are tormenting angels. Tormenting spirit critters. And their torment was like the torment of a scorpion when it stings a man. Burning pain. That sucks. And verse 6, in those days men will see death and not find it. They will long to die, and death flees them. And the appearance of the locusts was like horses prepared for battle. And on their heads, as it were, notice that says, as it were. Okay, that means they didn't really have heads. They had something like heads. Crowns of gold. And their faces were like the faces of men. Verse 8, and they had the hair like the hair of women, and their teeth like the teeth of lions. Okay, now when you hear that symbolism, think angels. Think fallen cherubim. And they had breastplates like the breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was like the sound of chariots, of many horses rushing to battle. And they have tails like scorpions and stings, and their tails was the power to hurt men for 5 months. They have a king over them, the angel of the abyss. And this is Greek word abados, angelos. Okay? So he's an angel. He's an angel. And he's a bad guy. He's a really bad guy. And his name in Hebrew is Abaddon. Abaddon is Hebrew for destroyer. And the Greek, his name is Apollyon, which is also translates to destroyer. Okay? So, who is Abaddon and Apollyon? He's the king, he's the chief bad guy on the cell block in the maximum security prison. He's the baddest dude in the maximum security prison. Yeah, he's not the guard. He's not the guard. He's a fellow inmate. Okay? He's the fellow inmate. These are distorted, corrupted spirit critters. Distorted, corrupted angels, whose form has been distorted in order to injure men. So, these are bad guys. And Abaddon / Apollyon is the worst of the worst. Okay? So, Darkblade. Why are these weird things called locusts if their descriptions are nothing like locusts? For 2 reasons. 1, locusts change their form. Okay? They go from grasshoppers to locusts. Okay? Grasshoppers and locusts are not separate species. One transforms into the other. One changes their form. I can't help but think this is not an accident. Because these are angels who've changed their form. Why are they also called locusts? Because there's many of them. They come out in a swarm. They're swarming. BC, is he a bum? Yeah, he's a bum too. Okay. Blue Dog, yeah. Tartarus as in 2 Peter 2:4 as angels. Yep. Changed in gloomy darkness, having been delivered into Tartarus, being kept for judgment. Exactly. Yeah, these are the dudes being kept for judgment. Okay. These are bad, bad guys. As bad as it gets. Okay. And they're former angels who've twisted their form to harm human beings. They've abandoned their posts to do things other than what they were assigned to do. And there's many of them. And they swarm like locusts, and they transform themselves like locusts. Vermin the Trash Rat says, would you be willing to write a commentary on the Book of Revelation? Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to. But I'm not going to do that without having some sort of publishing contract in hand, because it's just a lot of work to write a commentary like that. But it would be it'd be awesome to do, because I think people who write commentaries on the Book of Revelation should know their Old Testament cold. Darkblade, so Abaddon is kind of like Satan's vice president, except he actually does something. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's a bad guy. Yeah. Kind of think of it kind of this way. He used to be Satan's enforcer. He used to be Satan's enforcer, but got caught. Got caught and sent to prison. So, Hervey Schmervy says, whoever keeps gifting these memberships, I love you. You are the GOAT. That would be Jack Ray. Thank you again, Jack Ray, for those memberships. We really appreciate it. And speaking of which, he gave at 11:18 another 10 Ancient Egypt and Bible memberships. So we thank you very much, Jack, for your generosity to this channel. Okay. But yeah, that's exactly who Abaddon and Napoleon is. He is bad, bad dude, bad dude, and he's a former angel himself. So, I hope that explains who Abaddon is. He's not a guard of the prison. He's the worst prisoner on the block. So, BC. So Satan is the nerdy bad guy with glasses who's the brains of the operation. And Abaddon is the muscle. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Um, Hongi Chen asks, why is Beale's Revelations commentary so well known? Because of his philosophical outlook. Okay. Um, G.K. Beale's methodological approach is to take a high Christological stance. What we would call a Christocentric stance. Okay. Here's what Beale's kind of raison d'etre, his MO is he views everything through the lens of Old Testament symbolism is reflecting Christ. Okay. So, he can take that same symbolism, that same sort of Christocentric view, and he applies it to the book of Revelation. Okay. So he's looking at the book of Revelation through the lens of New Testament Christianity. And basically he's looking at all these symbols of the Old Testament and saying, oh, this is talking about Christ. So everything in the book of Revelation is talking about Christ, even when it explicitly doesn't. I don't take that view. I don't take a Christocentric view. I take mostly a Christotelic view. And then once the Christotelic view is plumbed for its meaning, so basically the Old Testament in its original context, then I apply a Christocentric view. You see, Beale never does this. Beale doesn't take a Christotelic view. He's a Christocentric maximalist. This appeals to many New Testament scholars. New Testament scholars love a maximalist Christocentric view of everything, because it again puts the New Testament and its interpretation front and center every time you look at a passage. And I can understand that. I see the appeal of that as a Christian myself. Okay? I just don't think it's good methodology. I think what we should do is first look at the Old Testament through its original context, what it meant to the people in the day, and then apply what does it mean through the lens of Christology. It's the wrong priorities. So, but that's why his commentary is so well known, is because it appeals to New Testament scholars a lot. Okay? Yeah. Gaius Octavius asks, could any other demons have overthrown Satan? Or was the demonic hierarchy set in stone when the fall happened? No, the hierarchy was set at the creation. Here's the thing. There was always a hierarchy in heaven of various spirit critters. And it's based upon powers and abilities. What was the domain of these principalities? Who was the most powerful? The most powerful angels in heaven were those who protected the throne of God himself. Okay? So even before the fall happened, the hierarchy was already there. The hierarchy was already there in place. So when the fall happened, the fallen powers, the fallen spirit critters, just fell into that same hierarchy because it was it was just sort of the natural outcome of the power dynamics amongst the fallen spirit critters. Okay? Hung Yi Chin says, asks, does this type of Christocentric theology weaken interfaith dialogue for the Christians significantly? I don't think it weakens the dialogue. I think the problem becomes more of how do we properly interpret scriptures. I think it becomes a exegesis problem. It's an exegesis problem, not a dialogue problem. Okay? So, if you really want to understand the scriptures, yeah, this becomes a problem. And this is one of the things I had with, for example, G.K. Beale's commentary on the temple. You know, he's supposed to be writing on the Israelite temple, okay? And he has this massive, I think it's 600 or 800 page book called The Temple and Mission. And you're reading through this. And of course, I mean, I'm fascinated with the Old Testament. I love stuff about the temple and the Ark of the Covenant and all this Old Testament stuff. And I'm reading through his book on this. And it's like, he devotes like 3 pages to the actual temple itself. And the rest of the 600, 800 pages is about how Christ is a symbol of the temple. Or the temple is a symbol of Christ. It's almost not, there's nothing on the archaeology. There's nothing on the history of the temple. It's really terrible, his treatment of it, because it's just so weak. It's so weak. He doesn't explain how the temple worked, how the rituals of the temple worked, how there's the 3 courts interact with each other, how the temple recapitulates the tabernacle. None of this stuff. None of this stuff that you would really want to know to understand the symbols of the temple. Instead, he goes straight to Christology. Oh, the temple's a type of Christ. Oh, the altar is a type of Christ. Oh, the Ark of the Covenant is another type of Christ. Oh, it's just sort of, you get it. Okay, you're 100 pages in. Yeah, okay, everything's a type of Christ. So it just gets really, it doesn't help your understanding of this. That's the problem. It becomes an exegesis problem and an interpretation problem, but it doesn't become a dialogue problem. Because in the end, both the Christocentric and Christotelic camps on this do believe in Christ being reflected in the Old Testament. It's just, which way do you interpret it first? It becomes a problem of interpretive methodology. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the follow-up question. We really appreciate it. Okay. And I think that's the last question, super chat I'm going to take here. Yeah, it will take one non-super chat. I thought we were going to take the one in 1142 too, but okay. 1048. Okay, we'll take 2. I take this one quickly because, first of all, because we have had it many times, and it's a real quick answer here. Gandalf the Base said, and this will be one of our 2 non-super chats at the end of the night here. He goes, interesting take I heard about Noah and his sons recently. The nakedness of his sons were trying to cover while their father was drunk was allegedly meant Noah assaulted his sons. Thoughts? No, that's not what's going on here. Covering the father's nakedness always refers to having sex with your father's wife. That's what it refers to. And it's all through the rest of the Pentateuch. And there's really no controversy on this. Okay? The covering of their father's nakedness was an attempt to cover Noah's wife, not Noah. Okay? So this is I mean, you can go through any commentary on Leviticus, and it talks about this term in gross, agonizing detail. There's no question what covering the father's nakedness is. Okay? So because it's using a euphemism here, and it's letting you fill in the blanks because it expects you to understand the euphemism. A lot of people misunderstand this passage. So, yeah. Graham Tongue, the Canaan is a product of incest is a valid, if disturbing, take. Yeah, exactly. And it's meant to be disturbing. You're supposed to be disturbed by it. Okay, so I hope that covered that question, Gandalf. What's that last question? Okay, 10:28, you said? Yeah. Okay, 10:28. Gandalf Base says, "Oh wow, I thought it had to do with honorific aspects of their culture. It seemed their father naked was dishonoring." No, that's never been the case. I'll just take that follow up as I look for the other one here. In no ancient society was seeing another man's nakedness considered dishonorable. No ancient. These are guys that went to the wall to do their thing. Okay, the wall was a urinal. Everybody saw their nakedness in the ancient world among men. Men was never. This is. I mean, you still see this in change rooms today. There's no special stalls in a men's changing room. Everyone sees each other's nakedness. It's not a dishonorable thing. It never has been. You get some 6-year-old guys, and they're strutting their stuff. But that's it seems a little weird, I have to admit. But this has always been the case in ancient societies and modern societies. Okay? It has everything to do with that euphemism regarding incest. It's everything to do with that. And if you don't understand that euphemism, you do not understand that passage. So it's really, really important to get that right. And again, as I said, any Leviticus commentary will talk about this in agonizing detail, and it's not even controversial. It's not controversial in Leviticus, but somehow it became controversial in refers to Noah's post flood exploits. Okay, non-super chat here. We'll take this, and this will be the last non-super chat of the night. Yeah, Michael Gee says some ancient societies went into battle naked, so friends and enemies saw each other naked. Yeah, well, that's true. That did happen. Didn't happen very long because it was not a good outcome without armor. But just follow up here. Gandalf said, the base says, "Huh, that makes a lot more sense. So Noah's wife is who is naked here." Yes. And it's Ham that's doing the nasty. So they're covering their mother with cloth. Well, maybe not their mother, but Noah's wife. We're not told if it's the mother, but we do know for sure because of the euphemism, it's at least Noah's wife. Okay, last non-super chat here is from Solidus1319. Okay. And it's a serious question. How can I avoid being cast into outer darkness like the man without a garment in Matthew 22, 1-14? Thank you. And let's take the passage. Matthew. All right. And Jesus spoke to them in the parable, saying, "The kingdom of heaven may be compared to a king who gave a wedding feast for his son. And he sent out his slaves to call those who have been invited to the wedding feast. And they were unwilling to come." Okay. Verse 3. Call sent out to guests to the wedding. If you haven't picked it up, the wedding feast is the great wedding feast of the Lamb. Okay? And the wedding party is the afterlife, heaven. And again, he sent out other slaves, saying, "Tell those who have been invited, behold, I have prepared my dinner, my oxen, my fattened livestock, all butchered and ready. Everything is ready. Come to the wedding feast." But they paid no attention and went their way, one to his own farm, another to his business. The rest seized his slaves and mistreated them and killed them. Okay. These are bad dudes. But the king was enraged and sent his armies and destroyed those murderers and set their city on fire. And he said to his slaves, "The wedding is ready." Those who were invited were not worthy. These were the Israelites who had rejected Christ. Those are the guys who weren't worthy. "Go therefore to the main highways. As many as you find there, invite to the wedding feast." This is the Gentiles being invited to the wedding. And those slaves went out into the streets and gathered together all they found, both evil and good. And the wedding hall was filled with the dinner guests. But when the king came in to look over the dinner guests, he saw there was a man not dressed in wedding clothes. And he said to him, "Friend, how did you come here without wedding clothes?" And he was speechless. Now, we have to understand there's a cultural thing here. When you were invited to a wedding back in that day, a royal wedding, this is a royal wedding, okay? Royal wedding, the king gave you the clothes you were supposed to wear. It was part of the expenses of a royal wedding, because everyone had to look the same. Everyone got the same kind of clothes. It's part of the ensemble. You didn't show up in your own clothing. Okay? You were expected to show up dressed how the king wanted you dressed, in the fancy garb that he's prepared for you. Okay? So this is a guy who's coming to a wedding and doesn't expect to follow the rules. He probably sold the clothes. And this is why the king is incredulous here. Wait, you got a set of clothes, right? Why are you here without the clothes? And he was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Then the king said to the servant, "Bind him hand and foot." This is why he's getting the rough treatment too. Okay? This is why he's getting the rough treatment. So this miserable reprobate came to the wedding, tried to sell the clothes, and the king casts him into outer darkness in the place where there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. For many are called, but few are chosen. Hey, so, in this parable here, those who were supposed to be called, the Israelites, rejected the call. They went on their way, they did their own thing, they decided to follow their own gods. Okay? So, the king goes out to the Gentiles, calls them instead. Some of them, even some of them, evil and good, because again, this is about your relationship with Jesus Christ. It's not about how sinful you are. So evil people are called too. They come in, they're given a set of clothes. One guy doesn't have them. He sold them. Okay? There are people out there that sell the gospel. They're given clothes of righteousness. And instead, they sell that for the pleasures of this world. They're the ones that are being bound hand and foot and thrown in the outer darkness. They're tossed out of the wedding because they didn't live a life that is consistent with the faith they professed. They rejected it through their life. Now, how can you avoid being cast into the outer darkness like the man without the garment? First, accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. That's the first step. Then, live the life. Live the life. Repent from your sins. Turn away from your evil ways. Repent and be saved. You know, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, and you believe in your heart that he is raised from the dead, you shall be saved. Okay? And it all boils down to, what is your relation like with Jesus Christ? Yeah, Hervey Schmirvy says, wearing your own righteousness will not get you into the wedding. No. No. And trying to sell the relationship for a pleasure of this world will also not get you into the wedding. You see, this guy who came to the wedding without the clothes, he's your fire insurance guy. He's the guy that's buying fire insurance. He's the sort of guy that becomes a nominal Christian, says the words, but doesn't really believe it. He's doing it for fire insurance. And he shows up at the wedding without his clothes. Because, hey, he said the words right. He went with the motions. But he devoted his life to other things. There was no works. No following in faith. The guy was empty. He had nothing to wear come the wedding. And that's the problem. That's why this guy gets thrown out into utter darkness. How can you be saved? Make sure your relationship is right with Jesus Christ. Constantly examine yourself to see if you are in the faith. And if you're not in the faith, repent. And that's all it takes. It's that simple. But, if you sell out for the pleasures of this world, if you don't live by faith, then that's how you end up with a guy like the guy that gets bound up and thrown out. So I want to thank Jack Ray here for gifting the channel 10 last minute super chats, memberships here. Thank you very much, Jack, for your generosity to the channel. We really, really appreciate it. And what a great note to end this on. Again, thank you very much for your support, Jack. We really, really appreciate it. And again, we couldn't do this without your generosity to our channel, so we so appreciate your support. Thank you so very much. Okay. So with that said, we are going to call it a night here. I want to thank all the super chatters who have supported the channel through your questions and your donations to the channel. We so appreciate it. Thank you so very much. You guys allow us to keep coming on the channel here and answering your questions every week, and we really appreciate it. Emily Tedesco leaves on a fine note here. Quote, I counsel you to buy gold from me, proved by fire, that you may prosper, and white garments to put on, lest the shame of your nakedness be revealed. Revelation 3:18. What a great way to end the night. Okay. I also want to thank our YouTube membership supporters, as well as our Patreon supporters. We've had to buy some more computing equipment recently, and it really does help, especially since we've had to make some expenses in that regard recently. So I want to thank them very much. One last super chat here. Yeah, really came in late. Hervey Smurvy for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Did Jews of old believe in a personal Satan? Again, quick overview of this topic. Satan is originally just an adversary. The adversary. In the book of Job, he's considered to be God's basically prosecutor. But it's also, later on in the New Testament, it's connected with the fallen angel in the garden. Okay? So, during the Second Temple period, it seems some Jews believed in a personal Satan, others did not. It depends. Like everything in Second Temple period Judaism, there's a wide swath of opinion. Some appear to have believed it, some appear to not have. So, this is gonna really depend, all right? But it's clear that early on they don't seem to have, but that's an opinion that changes later on. It takes on a new identity, as it were, or an added identity. It becomes an added because a lot of Jews of old did believe in a say an angel that fell, that was part of man's fall in the garden, so they believed in that angel. But Satan seemed to, at least early on, have a set. It was more of a job title, early on. Later on, that job title is going to be attached to the fallen angel. Okay, so the Israelites seem to have always believed there was a fallen angel that was the nemesis of mankind. But it's only later on that the adversary is also going to be attached to that fallen cherubim. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Okay, and one more group to thank, and then we call it here, which is want to thank our regular subscribers. You guys watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share our social media URLs with other social media platforms. You guys help get the message out, and we so appreciate it. With that said, thank you for joining us tonight. We're glad you could be here. It was a great live stream, and we will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.